Professional streamer, everybody.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. Cannot be heard.
Let's see, which fucking one is it?
Time somebody shut the DM up.
DM's having omnipotent issues.
Yeah.
That sounds like an issue, not an issue.
Oh. See, now that would be an issue. Hold up.
How is this my fault?
Yeah, that sounds like a.
Everything's your fault.
What the fuck?
I vote for this. I endorse this message.
Oh shit! I'll burn the hair off your head. Don't fucking test me, samurai.
Oh yeah.
There
Test
we
me.
go. Alright, hold on, let's do this again.
Do what again?
We're live. Yeah, there we go. Hi, everybody. That was perfect, right?
Jesus Christ.
Perfect. Let's not mention that I also forgot to record too, so I just did that so that we had that to cue in the record. I threw it over. No, I threw it over into that so that if we do lose it, we at least have something that had the start screen at the beginning instead of us just yelling at each other.
Professional.
Oh gosh.
Music's still up loud.
Yeah, I just turned it down.
Streamers, everybody. Good God.
I have it scrunched. I don't have enough monitor space. All right, I gotta get like a 70-inch hanging above my head so it can murder me. I have 3 monitors. It's still not enough.
Why do you have such poor space management?
Okay, you see the tiny little window that has the viewers? That has to be up and full screened, because if I'm not full screened on it, and it will minimize and not show anything. It has to take up an entire monitor of mine. That way I can at least see what they're seeing. And if it's not full screened, they see even less. So that sits over there to the far right on an old TV, and I have everything else onto the left, which is my version of Roll20 that I get to see that no one else gets to. I have to have the ability to see any DMs you guys send me, and also monitor the OBS, have my notes open, have references open, have the stream itself open so I can tell if it crashes, and then yeah, I have so many things open. I can't keep minimizing everything.
So you've got 3 monitors, and you need to have the your OBS at a full screen.
No,
you need to be able to see your No,
I don't. I have it at a half screen. I have my DMs at a half screen, and I normally do minimize the stream itself and have Roll20 open up
chat
on the
said
far.
excuses.
Okay. Here, let's go ahead and minimize their vision to see. Let's do that, and then I can. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It takes a lot to run it. All right, I'm not as fancy as the boss who gets to sit over there with 2 computers. All right, I got one that's running everything.
I forgot she's got 2 PCs.
Yeah, you want to go? Oh, you got 3 monitors. I got 1 computer.
I only have 1 computer as well. I only have 2 monitors.
Same.
Well, you're not running this either. And when you run yours on Wednesday, you only need Discord, your notes, and OBS. That's it. And most of the time, you don't even need Discord because you're already talking to us. You know who's there.
Meanwhile, me one screening everything.
Yes. Plays one game, monitors it on his phone. You monitor chat on your phone.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
I don't get to do that on my phone.
Before I got my second monitor, that's how I did it. That's how I monitored chat. It was on my phone.
I can't trust everybody else to monitor chat. Sometimes I have to sit there and go, hey, look at that, we're famous.
I got two computers and 1 monitor.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah, he has 2 computers, 1 monitor.
try monitor, dude. I want a third monitor, but I wouldn't be. I can't put it anywhere. I have no desk space.
I can have 2 to 3 more monitors plugged into my computer.
Let's get the party rolling.
All right. It's Saturday, I believe. Hi everybody. It's been a week. We missed a lot of streams. However, there will be a makeup for the Wool Gathering at some point, or it will just be a stream of us putting Spaz on a stretcher.
Yeah, probably.
Oh no, they're called racks, I believe. It's the rack.
We'll put him into the padded room instead.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
the hugging chamber.
That's already his bedroom.
Yeah.
Putting him in there is nothing new for us or them. We have to give some agony, like physical agony. He's already in mental agony.
We can always drop him somewhere in the middle of the mountain.
Physical anguish to even it out.
Yeah, some physical entertainment here.
This entire campaign is me going through mental agony, and it's all Arch's fault.
I enjoy every moment, and so does everyone else.
Listen, I've said it time and again.
With you.
I
have to deal with this child.
Child.
All right.
Child.
Well, as you somewhat heard us laughing a little bit ago and whatnot, we do have a couple of guests with us. We haven't needed to do the one thing where we have everybody shovel in their stuff, but it's the boss. We kind of have to. Boss, if you'd like to shovel yourself into the chat and talk about yourself for a second so that everybody knows who you are. I'm sure they already do.
What does shoveling myself mean?
Sell yourself right now.
Promote yourself.
I've never heard that.
You gotta chill yourself out.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Luna Knuckle Ninja. I'm a VTuber, and I just helped set up some things for this nice little gaggle of people.
Gaggle.
Gaggle's an accurate word.
Gaggle fuck.
I think consider it a gaggle.
We are a bunch of gaggle fucks, like, honestly.
I mean, our talks are called wool gatherings, and we call people sheeps.
I would like to describe us as a gleeful assortment of fuckery.
Gaggle fucks.
Gaggle fucks, got it.
Jesus Christ.
Where can they find you?
I was gonna say, I got distracted by the gaggle fox. They can find me at Twitch/LunaNekoNinja and also on Twitter at LunaNekoNinja. And I have links to my YouTube, my socials, and everything there.
Yeah, so go check out the YouTube. Nobody really does.
I know. So. There's more content that's going to be coming to it soon. It's been kind of dry for
months.
All right, and we also have Lockham. Lockham, I don't suppose you actually stream, do you?
No, I do not stream.
All right, you can find Lockham wherever you can find Lockham, right?
Twitter, I think.
/Lockham VR.
There you go. They want to, but they just don't.
I don't blame them.
That's a quote. I got distracted by the gaggle fucks.
There you go. Yeah, look at that. Throwing them up in there. That works. Whoever did that. Excellent.
You're welcome.
That's the link to Luna. Go give a follow if you don't. And if you don't, well, fuck you.
We'll find you.
Way to tell you. Chat.
Luna, Neko Ninja. Like where you live and harm you.
We've not been shy about this in previous videos. She's the only reason why any of this is working. So if you don't like our content.
Fake supporters.
Yeah, fake support.
not true fans.
Not true fans. Sure. Not only our fans. Go be hers too.
Fishman's gone.
Oh no, Fishman. All right, we got those rolls in. I wasn't looking at them, and nor did anyone else see them. Here we go. There we go. We have an 8 from Fal. Apparently, I rolled an 18. There's a 3 from Aria. 13. Neoma 15 and Elenan with a 16. Let me go ahead and roll the blood. There we go.
Oh, that's rolling.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there you go.
Do you want to do the recap?
17. I got a 17.
17 is the winner, so who is it?
Ellen
It's
or
between Ellen and who?
Ellen and Shadow.
And
Shadow.
Shadow. Let's see. Shadow, you rolled first and had the higher. Odds or evens? Odds go lower, evens go higher.
I'll go with odds because I'm an oddball.
It's 4. So odds go lower. So that means it's Elenan. All right, we'll get our 5 minutes of talk from you for this entire episode. Let's go.
Bruh.
There you go.
Okay. I'll just go through shortest bit first. Elenan and Neoma went to go see Elenan's mother. Talked to her second mate and had a meeting set up for the following day. Let's see. Other than that, we talked. Oh wait, no, we finished talking with the princess or queen. We had no dinner, but then there was a very extravagant breakfast
Yep.
where Wolf tried his heart out to make sure that Aloria could taste, or Aria could taste. Yep. Let's see what else was there.
At this rate,
there
we
was-
might as well be.
Sorry
There
about
was
that.
a lot of talking between Aloria and what's his name?
Yeah, there was fucking Travis something.
Travis. Yeah.
Arcus Travis.
Other than that, there wasn't a lot other than trying to get information from housework. Paladins Guild, which I can't remember their name. Can't see it in the freaking.
We had a rather long discussion with Sebastian. There was that.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of talking, like just in-depth talking, trying to figure things out.
Yeah. It was an interesting character. Shut up, Luna. I don't need this from you.
Let's see. Then Stolen went back to the Bounty Hunters Guild and was talking with them. Went over a few things. Essentially, we're told that they don't want anybody from our group to leave the city. I don't remember what. Just so much talking. I literally took notes on like 2 things because it was just all talking.
In other words, he didn't pay attention at all.
Nope.
All right.
Okay.
If that's
Audience will
enough,
be confused.
or if there's more to be added, anyone else can step in with what they know.
I mean, that was technically the bare bones of like what we did. I mean, I could go in depth of what all we talked about, but he got the basics.
There was a lot of foreshadowing.
Yes.
A lot.
Oh,
A
yeah,
lot of
you had
foreshadowing.
that freaking.
We got a huge lore dump from
Remembrance of your-
Sebastian. We also got a bit of information from the Paladins of the White King. I threw up watching Sebastian eat a brain. Shadow cried from spicy food that he didn't even eat.
Tasty brain.
That sounds like you just have an issue with your own stomach trying to watch that.
Look, man, I thought it was going to be okay, but the dice said no, so...
My senses are a lot more sensitive than yours.
You're a bitch.
Probably.
I mean,
but rude.
You, Lucy.
Wow.
No, you're calling out Luna. Not even done anything yet. Wow.
Damn, okay.
So rude.
I did not say Luna.
It
I
was
said
just a
Lucy.
universal statement. Anybody that would like to be offended, go ahead.
yeah.
Y'all, some bitch ass motherfuckers.
All right. So now the recap's done. If I do recall, we finished the last episode of Sebastian quickly exited the cafeteria or the dining hall as Aloria ended up asking if they had seen more than just what she intended for him to see through her memories. It was at that point Minethel and Sebastian made the group aware that part of the gathering troop had arrived and we're in the courtyard. I believe previously Felwolf had stated he wanted to meet the individual that rode the dragon, or the flying creature before he was informed, and your group was about to either head out or finish a private conversation as you were now left in the cafeteria. What are you wanting to do?
I believe I left because my senses were being offended.
Yeah.
Also, I had something I wished to do last time, but I never had the time to go do.
Okay.
I wish to go and find Hawk. I
Alright.
needed a word with him.
Bad idea. Bad idea. No.
All right. The rest of you, as Shadow leaves the cafeteria, I do believe you actually mentioned that before Sebastian left. So you would have left before Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you are still within the cafeteria, having been informed that other guests have arrived, and Menethel ended up excusing himself after Sebastian to go and greet the troop. Are the rest of you silently sitting around the cafeteria table? Or the dining hall table?
I guess not. Since nobody else wants to do anything, I will speak up.
Okay.
I'm going to... How much time do we have still before the whole Senate piece?
Before you were given a date or a time frame in which you would be given your answer, you roughly have 60 hours. I do believe you've only spent a night here so far.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go into the Senate.
Okay.
I'm
I
going
will
to
follow him.
take... Well, I'm going to offer to see if anybody would like to go. Otherwise, this is morning, correct?
Yeah.
Ellen, and you should probably go speak with Mother.
I have a meeting set up for this afternoon.
Okay.
I can meet her at the Glacier Park Gardens. By the
And we have the letter on standby, correct?
I will do that this morning.
All right, knock that out. That way, that plan is in motion. In case things go sideways. In addition, While you knock that out, I'll take a few of us to the Senate, or the rest of us to the city. He'll look over at Aloria. Are you free today?
I don't have anything aside from the talk we might have with the paladins, but that requires most of us, so no. I'm free. Why? What do you need me for?
Well, I was going to do two things, essentially. This meeting with the paladins, I am unaware of how this paladin sector generally operates. From my knowledge, they're not too entirely different from my type of warrior, though they are more religiously fervor.
That's a simplistic yet accurate description, I would say. They oppose evil vehemently, and they lock away artifacts of the evil orientation, or simply dark things.
Yeah. Right. Then you and I will go speak with them, because I do believe it is still a little early for the Senate arrival. So you and I will go speak with the paladins.
They did want to see as many of us as possible.
Well, I would hate to put all of us in one. There's a lot of things that this group is skilled with, and I would suggest that we allow them to do what they're good at. You and I don't have a lot that we can offer in terms of being in a city. So we will deal with the meet and greets. Aria, I know that you don't want to be here as much as possible, more than anyone else.
Well, I was actually hoping to go with Stolen to the city hall.
Okay. Then you and Stolen go to City Hall, do what you need to do there, potentially get some information. Elenan and Shadow can do what they do best. This is effectively their home ground. I trust that they'll be able to use their skills to acquire us some either useful information or something akin to around
the arena.
What's that?
We could also try the arena.
I'm hesitant to do another arena so soon.
Have my fill
there
of
is
arenas.
still a little too much we need to do at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
Neoma.
Hmm. What?
You were going to go with me and Lori.
To
Okay.
speak about is before she joined us. She wouldn't have much to add.
Well, I would also state that she would be better with us than she would with any of the other groups. I'd much rather not have Neoma running around the city hall.
Boo, you're no fun.
Think that accounts for everyone. So myself, Gloria, and Neoma will go to these paladins and see what they wish to offer. Arya and Stolen, you will go to the city hall and do what you must. And Shadow and Elenan, you do what you do best.
Shadow's not currently there.
Well, Elanan informs Shadow to do what he does best.
A whisper on the wind.
Like a fart in the wind.
Yeah.
Understood.
I imagine Ellen just does like the Twilight Princess like horse grass thing, where you just whistle a tune and it's like just reaches Shadow.
Fucking Elanan just pulls out a fucking what the fuck called a
The ocarina.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was like, what's that called?
You know I have one, right? I pulled it out and used it before.
Yeah. All right. So there's the game plan. Now everybody's had their breakfast. Let's go about our business. Try to accomplish as much as possible. Then meet back here. Let's say just after noon. Does that sound like enough time for everybody?
Well, we have to tread halfway across the city in order to get to where we're going. We might need a little bit more time.
No, silly. I couldn't answer.
We can just meet up for dinner.
I would rather be back here to listen to Senate talks in the later or before the later part of the day.
Or evening is in full effect then.
We should find out when those Senate talks are actually happening, though.
That could be part of you and Stolen.
We could probably get a schedule for when they're going to be speaking or when people are said to be arriving. I'm sure we could get something figured out.
Yeah, I'm sure Lady Whitewater would be okay with that.
All right, then. We will meet back here. As I said, try to be here before, say, a few hours past noon.
Should be
plenty of
manageable.
time.
All right. And so Volwolf will have Neoma and Aloria follow him, or well, he'll follow Aloria back to wherever the fuck these paladins are.
Yeah. As I'm the one who's actually been there.
And if you guys get lost, you can always just ask a guard. I'm sure they're more than happy to give you directions.
Do you know where the city hall is, by the way?
Yes, I do. It is just actually near the castle here.
Ah, perfect.
Before departing, on the table, is there any sort of bread or crackers or anything like that was put out?
Cake.
Cake, perfect. Stone's gonna take a slice of cake, put it in wrapped up in like a napkin. He's gonna put it in his bag.
There's also biscuits, but yeah.
That is gonna crumble.
All right, I'll take a biscuit as well and just throw it in.
And I'm gonna go get the fancy clothes on.
Yeah, you haven't gotten yours on yet.
Nope. I fell asleep in my armor.
More like got knocked the fuck out in your armor.
I mean, when you have, an almost lifetime of memories rushing into your head.
Understandable. Oh yeah, that was the thing we forgot to mention during the recap. Arya got her memories back, and Felwolf, he saw through time. No big deal.
It's not really that noticeable. I mean, Felwolf's also been to the fourth dimension, so. Yeah. I've only transmitted. What was it? I've ascended past time and space now.
Transcended, yeah. Transcended beyond time and space.
Yeah.
Good God. Actually,
That's some fucking OP energy right there.
Yeah.
This is why we call you main character, so.
Yep. Oh, the Samurai Jack looking head ass.
Dude meditated so hard he went through a small coma.
That is what happened to Arya.
Yep.
Alright, so I guess who do we want to... All right, I guess I'll ask this. Arch, who arrives at their location?
Who
I guess we'll do it. Yeah, do it in that order.
I would probably say that since the first person left was Shadow. Shadow, give me your choice of perception or investigation as you look around the castle interior for Master Hawk. You did.
Oh, another thing I would say, I was trying to pay attention to where he left to when he left, and everybody went in a direction to go make food. Everybody was busy having a conversation. I didn't want to interrupt. I should have just messaged you. But I had it in mind that I wanted to follow him and talk to him before the episode, but food kind of took over.
He went down the opposite direction of the hall. You guys were in the main entry. He exited the study, spoke with you guys a bit, and then went down a hall opposing the direction in which you guys went.
So, can I use my what the heck is it called? Ranger ability, favored enemy here.
Let me check
When
something.
tracking, hunting, or even talking to a certain type of air quote enemy, commonly, humanoids. So I would be tracking him here.
1 second.
I feel like the term enemy is going to be what fucks this up.
Well, I don't know. He's been very hostile.
Mm-hmm.
It's more along the lines of I would allow it as your as a favored creature, but I have to pull up his sheet real quick.
Oh, he's got boots of false tracks too, I see.
Understandable.
I mean, I probably picked it up somewhere. I don't know.
I forgot you had those.
It was like a starting magical item. It's so minor, it's not even worth mentioning half the time.
Wait a minute. With those boots, are you able to make tracks of something that is larger than you, or does it have to be at least your size?
Relatively
most
around
size.
my size.
Okay,
So, like, I could do,
tracks.
I could do boots, I could do feet prints, I could do bestial prints, I could do pretty much anything and just fake my tracks.
Neat.
It's freaking cool. It's useful when, people are trying to track you down
Yeah.
via footprints.
Though if you parkour your way around buildings, that generally isn't a problem.
Yeah. Generally.
Which most of what we've been doing has been in cities so far, with
Funny enough.
pavement. Yeah. Though I guess Oasis didn't really have pavement. It was mostly like dirt, like pads and roads.
You're right, Dantage. I could do Drakes, or I could do Dragonborn.
Ooh.
I would say I would say no. Humanoid would
doesn't
not
help.
Humanoid would not work. No.
He's
There's always something fishy about that. All right, I won't press. Investigation, or what else you said?
Perception.
I'll give you a perception. I'm better at those. No wonder I couldn't find him normally.
It's the one person you couldn't normally find. That's why I could sneak up on your ass constantly.
27.
27. As you begin to walk down the western wing of the castle grounds, eventually you'll begin to pick up on those oasis spices. As you know, normally when he's drinking something, it's the only time you can find where he is because his drinks don't have a very pleasant aroma. They're very strong. As you find your way towards what seems to be a strange mixture of a trophy room alongside that of a library. Like about a smaller study to some sorts, but more of a lounge. as there are pillows, large chairs scattered, a fireplace along with heads of animals across the walls. He's sitting in one of the large chairs with his feet up on an ottoman, along with a large teapot, the cup and plate next to him, with a book in his hands, as he's just staring down at it, reading.
I'll approach.
Well, if it isn't you...
Yes. I had another question for you, seeing as we've met again. What do you know? And I don't remember if I asked this last time. I would pull out the sheath, the weapon. Did I ask this same question last time? Because I don't remember.
One second.
All right.
Oh boy.
Probably attending. That's the word I wanted to use. Attending to the smaller prince. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In the beninging.
I'm speaking tongues.
I know that. I've heard
You
that.
know that one?
Where is
In
that
the
from?
beninging.
Where is that from? I know that.
It's either like a
Some of me.
TikTok or a fucking famous
think-
YouTube. Whatever.
Yeah, I think that's a TikTok or some just
It
some meme.
is
Okay.
in the beginning.
In the beninging. Yeah.
Oh my
In the
god.
beninging.
I love that. I love that meme.
Somebody posted that for my try not to laugh stream. Yeah, it was a good one.
All
The
right.
Indian space.
All right. I was curious. Did I ask him about the sheath weapon last time? I do not remember. It has been, I think, 2 episodes.
It's been a bit more than that. I believe you asked if he had seen it before, if he knew anything about it. And he said yes. Referenced that it belonged to a certain someone, which I believe you guys have received the name of that individual multiple times.
Yes.
So I believe you have asked him about it.
Okay. Then, different line of questioning. That was that. I seek information and I wish to use my question.
It will be extremely limited in my response due to the normal transaction being postponed. Ask your
That's
question.
fine. What do you know of this war that is currently going on? What has your network uncovered? As I would close the door.
Make for me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Persuasion with disadvantage. Oh, he knows something. God.
Fuck this guy.
Persuasion. It's not the lowest, but damn. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I get a good one, I get a bad one. I will be actively inciting this guy.
Okay, that's fine. I am aware there are forces at work, moving about in multiple places. Overall, movement in shadows are not cast by the oppressing force. But it is the shape of the shadow itself that you must see. What hides the truth, I guess, is what you should be seeking.
Alright, that's clear enough for me.
Speaking fucking riddles.
This doesn't seem to be as straightforward as it was originally intended. I did not want to get mixed up into this, but alas, here we are. You seem to know a lot about what is really going on and stay well informed. You also don't seem to like my father much. I'm guessing there's very many reasons for that, if not a few simple ones. Now, I won't criticize your methods because obviously they work. But one day, I would like to understand you better. As someone who is trained under you, maybe one day I will understand why it is that we train this way. Why it is that you do what you do. Thank you for the information, Hawk. And thank you for the training thus far. I will. See you again, Master. As he will about face and walk towards the door. I'll open, walk out.
As the rest of you begin to finish your conversation and head towards the main hall, you will see further down the other end, Shadow exiting a room, heading towards you. You will make it to the main hall as the entrance, the doors are left wide open into the somewhat breezy late morning of Whitewater. As out in the courtyard, you'll see a lumbering creature, massive wings and scales. Their deep yellow eyes staring towards the main hall. The jagged and scarred face, misshapen, with teeth peeking forth from where the creature's lips would normally have them contained. A small troop of people gather in front of it, where you can see Lady Whitewater shaking the hands and awkwardly hugging a few of them. Eventually, another individual begins to approach from behind the dragon, and they seem to be having somewhat of a small conversation. One of them is extremely loud, though the fact that they're yelling through their helmet and from a distance away makes parts of what they say inaudible, or not very well to understand. as the individual themselves towers over most of the troop. Another individual comes close to their height, though not entirely there. These individuals are between you and leaving. They do take up a good section of the courtyard with the creature that is in tow. You will see Menethel also standing nearby the door. They're the main entrance, with a small little book still at his side, and him occasionally pulling oats out of his pocket and chewing on them. Is your troop waiting for Shadow to group up with you, or are you still all heading out to your respective areas?
As Shadow met up with us, I would have waved him. Do you want to come with us to the city hall, or would you have something else that you want to do?
Well, I have some soul searching to do, but I don't have anything physical to do at the moment now. Sure, I'll join you. Although if it comes down to politics, I'll let you all do the talking. I'm not for that, as you see.
From my understanding, we're more so going just to take a look.
Okay, that's fine.
I will look towards Fel. Is that okay?
You don't really need my permission. Do what you see fit.
Wasn't sure if you had any plans or anything.
No. If Shadow thinks that's more worth his time, then I trust his judgment.
Oh, and, Fel.
Mm-hmm.
Wise words from our mentor. Look not at who casts the shadow, but the shadow itself.
Right. More riddles.
Not
Because
really.
that'll help us. Look, nothing he has ever said has been helpful.
That one
Many
is actually
things
quite
he has
helpful.
said have been helpful.
That one's actually very helpful.
Indeed.
Why
But
watch
once
the shadow
again-
when you could simply alight it?
Yes. I think it's more of a play on words. Shadow is merely a metaphor. These individuals we are hunting are being hidden by someone else, is effectively what he's saying.
Indeed.
Or maybe hiding behind somebody. Letting them take the fall. Either way, I'm going to go get changed first. But I will meet you all in the courtyard. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to that interesting group.
Yeah.
All right. So, Arya, you are heading upstairs or heading to a room to change, correct?
Yep.
Hold up your...
Gonna get my Sunday best on.
As Arya walks away, I'll turn to Shadow. If you don't desire to sit in a room with stuffy politicians, you can always assist Elenin in his information gathering endeavors.
What is he up to?
Well, you would be the best one to ask, but that was one of Val's thoughts of how you might spend your time here.
I can gather what information we can seek. I have a few leads I need to follow and people I need to find if they are still here. But other than that, I've
And in my personal
not much
opinion,
else.
I believe you should probably take that route instead of idling away the hours with, like I said, stuffy politicians.
Well, if that's the case, would you care to join?
I have something to take care of with Beowulf. Remember the Paladins of the White Hand I mentioned earlier?
I think so, yes.
Well, they wanted to see more than just myself when last we spoke. I'm going with Beowulf and Neoma, so we are occupied at the moment, unless you would rather take Neoma with you for some reason. But that would be up to you.
Well, Shadow looks over to Neoma. And what would you want?
I honestly just want to walk around the town.
Well, I'll be doing that. Would you care to join?
Yes, please. I was
That's
like,
settled.
my voice is dying.
He would smile. And, well, I suppose that's not a problem. A thought had crossed my mind. Do you think the Paladins would be able to know something about the masks and the diary?
A good question. Here, give me what you found and I'll show it to them.
All right, I hold open my bag of holding and I pull out the wrapped masks and diary and hand it over.
Okay. How many of them did you actually wrap?
I wrapped all of them. The
Okay.
ones that were making me do fucky things were unnerving me, so I wrapped them in cloth.
Okay. Did you write down the amount that you had?
Let me double check my sheet. I think I grabbed a few that were noteworthy and a few extras. Should be in my... Good lord, why do I have so many things?
Oh, I would also say, because I just remembered I had this.
I would say about 4.
Alrighty. That's not how you spell mask. Hell. I would say that earlier when I woke up this morning, I would have used the cherry blossom perfume that Velwolf gave me.
Okay. You can write a temporary for the next 4 hours, a +1 to charisma rolls.
Hey, let's go.
One more thing. You smell pleasant today. It quite suits you.
Thank you. It was a gift from Fel before we left the boat.
He has good taste. Best to you. Nelma, are you ready?
Yes.
Done.
Alright.
The tall cat man will grab the little,
Satyr.
I was gonna say fawn, but I knew that was wrong. Thank you for correcting me. Satyr's arm. Like a parent walking a child.
No, give her a piggyback ride.
All I imagine is that that image I shared with you.
I was honestly just gonna be skipping.
I was gonna ask if Neoma was either gonna jump on him, like ride him like he's some sort of giant wild beast, or just skip or something. So,
Well, if he's holding her hand, she's just gonna skip like a little child for now.
Love it.
I would say
Great.
before he had the chance, you don't know if he was gonna grab at your hand or beforehand. But he's like, you can come with me. He's like, yes, I'm gonna just not gonna sit up high and look around at things. mobile tree.
I mean, she could do that later.
Okay.
That was checks, correct? Arch, not saves.
Checks, yes.
Okay.
All right. Arya, as you open up your package, the way that the package was sealed seemed that the outer wrapping was a bit loose. However, as soon as you begin to tear it away, it almost burst forth in cloth. As neatly folded into it is this topless strapless dress that hangs down from small bellows on the shoulders all the way down into these drapey sleeves, ruffles the very sides of the length of the dress from about just past the waist down, in colors of reds with strings of pearl beads. There is a almost half-cloaked shawl that goes along with it that is this darkened black pointed hood with a light gray fur that sits over the shoulders and wraps around and to the front. Off on one side from this shawl dangles small strips of leather with metal tipped ends. The design has, or the material has pressed into it small reflective flakes to where at certain angles it will sparkle into somewhat of starlight under this soft crimson color. The shoes that go along with it have a insert into it to the heels that will block off the bottom and turn them into a form of angled platforms. The clothing itself is fitting towards the top and somewhat poofy towards the bottom. As at the bottom, underneath is layered these darker colors of blacks, grays, and filtered in is this small little pouch on both sides that seem to either work for weights or some sort of vial that keeps the dress from moving heavily during walking or traveling. There are leggings that go along with this that are leathers that are bound with what seems to be metal wire on the sides to the point in which they are able to be tightened and fit firmly towards to the legs. The end of these, there's a strap towards the top of the heel would be that you can put in small throwable darts. There is this almost crowning towards the dress where it spans from the shoulders around the back in points of jagged spikes. As they point slightly away, you're able to detach that part, putting on the shawl first and then adding that on above. There is a centerpiece towards the center of the breast, upper towards where the cleavage would be, that has this strange assortment of flowered hearts. Most of the pearls and strings find their way up towards that and piece in along the sides. I'll go ahead and send you this, or I'll actually do it here.
Plus 10 confusion since it's also a topless dress.
It's strapless, sorry. I had to find the actual right words for it. That's the Shah. And then, damn it, mouse. There we go.
We're done.
Yep.
It's just like, yes, give me dress, give me this clothes.
I want this.
Gib. All right. But that is
Can't repair the damage you've done.
Nice.
that is what is in the package.
What do I want to? Yep, fuck it. Let's go ahead and wear it.
All right.
I'll put it on, and then, including the shoes, not going to take my armor with me. I will take. You said there's a small pocket for a vial, right?
Yeah, towards the some of the intersections of the puffy sections of the dress at the bottom. You can weigh it down with either small weights or vials.
Okay. I'll put in a couple of the silver powder vials, and I'll of course have my necklace on still.
Okay.
I will also tuck the signet ring into one of them as well.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's it for now.
I do recall that Stolen had yet to change. Is Stolen walking around in his armor today, or would Stolen end up changing into his attire? Now that he's in
He
one.
would.
All right.
He would change into his attire as well. He would take off the hat and just have the shirt with the new pants and such.
Okay.
So, and he would go and change.
All right. For Stolen, it's a bit more simple for Stolen, as you pull open the package, there is a double breast surcoat in which it has buttons that roll up both sides, almost colonial-esque. There are sections towards the shoulders that show that there would be epaulettes. And in the package however, there are these metal rails underneath them that seem like they would bend and fit onto things like a breastplate or armor above. So you're able to slide them onto your shirt or pull them off. There is a, I believe it's a gorget. It goes across the topper part, or the clavicle of around your neck, that has these golden etchings across them with almost this rainbow of gems. Though the gems themselves aren't real, they're colored glass. The centerpiece of it is this almost amber colored gem resting even below it. It has a high collar that rides up through that part that rests and presses against your neck. It has a cape that is blue with silver lined trim around it. And it has a belt and frog for the sword that also goes around. It has a few more slots for other things like pouches and another weapon that you would be able to place in there. It has a strap from that belt that will go up over one shoulder, and a deep sapphire blue sash that goes across. It has black shoes that come up halfway towards the knee. They are buckled in with the somewhat silvered or polished metal straps and buckles. The boots themselves are a dark, almost black leather, where the bottom is this lighter color. There is a somewhat of a waistcoat that goes down towards the knees that wraps around the entirety that is hooked onto the belt. The buckle itself is large on the belt, as it is gold inlaid with what seem to be silvered waves and fish. In the background, if you look and squint enough, you can see etched in there is a sailing vessel. There is also a section on there that does look somewhat prepped, where it's double stitched for what seem to be medals and pins. So something like a high noble sailor or like an admiral would wear something like this. There is no hat. However, you will see along with it this metal flaked feather that would fit into your existing hat.
Wow.
Motherfucker made it match his hat.
Yeah. Soul's gonna throw that in there. Nice.
Along with the 4-leaf clover.
Yeah. Forgot about that.
You did that, how do you...
Out there just looking for things. Oh, clover. Oh.
Yeah. I gave my feather away. I need to find something. Oh, look.
4-leaf clover. All right.
Let me see this. Ellen, and you also had a package that you've yet to open.
I opened it. I just only took one thing out.
Remind me what
my winter cloak.
Okay. Are you wanting to know?
One gave it to Raid Fang.
Okay.
Sure.
And there is nothing like you asked for. You asked for something very similar to what you had, though the shape of these things are very similar. They are very much eccentric. The trim is pressed for the cloak itself was a somewhat heavy furred darkened color. You'd probably equate it to something probably akin to the fur of a grizzly bear. The hood itself was not furred, it was leathered and matted down and roughed so that it does not shine. There are leathers that strap across the shoulders into this almost half studded leather armor for the chest that is thin enough that would fit underneath your regular armor. Though this leather is stained with this almost pearlescent black, where no matter what angle you look at it, it seems to reflect something. The cloth colors are this deep, almost forest green, almost the color of leaves at night. As it presses down towards the waist, there is another belt that straps across, though it doesn't have a buckle in the front. The buckle fastens into the back. Back there also holds, strapped into it, a sheath for blades of similar size, as they could fit into one another behind you underneath the cloak. So either 2 daggers or 2 short swords would fit back there. You would know that would also, it's in such a position that it lines up with the spine of this jacket, where the handles would and could be tucked into it. That seems just like a somewhat like the back of a motorcyclist's vest, where it has the protection for the spine. There are overlaying leather slats across the spinal section of this jacket. The waistcoat that presses down further has somewhat furred ends that weigh the jacket down so they don't flail about, or weigh down the waistcoat coat so they don't flail about, having the same kind of reflective leathers. Eventually, as it gets further down, this shine turns into the very matte color. The pants are slightly loosed, not skin tight, but they are black. Underneath the waistcoat, they would more than likely vanish in the darkness, and the boots come up towards the knees, strapping into the back, where the loops are lined up enough that smaller blades and vials can be tucked into them. And the inside of the boot, the sole is removable on the right side. You can hide something in there. Something either akin to a lockpick, like a lockpick kit, or 2 vials.
All right.
Then I doubt that Felwolf has enough care to go through his package. Or
Man, if I see everybody digging through their packages, sure.
Okay. As you dig into your package, it's not robes that you first get. There are sashes that seem to be of different varying decorations. One of what seems to be oddly peaks, spirals for what you can only describe to be a representation of wind, and then a very dark black sash. The mountain peaks are pressed these kind of grays and browns into a blue background, and the wind of these silver and gold swirls onto a red background. As you remove these sashes, you see a long draping, very akin to a blanket in size, but it has set into the very top padding for shoulders. As it would sit, having no sleeves, it would cover you instead of you placing your arms through it. The top itself has these strings that hold it together from 2 buttons, as you would wrap them around and tie it closed in the front, almost akin to a I think it's like not Shaolin monks. What's the other one? Japanese martial artists that have that front series of buttons or stringed shirts. I can't remember what the actual shirt's called.
Yeah,
I can't. The name escapes me. That has a high collar that somewhat comes up towards the Adam's apple, it itself is red with silver etching on one side that depicts the mouths or maws of other animals, all of them fanged. And on the right side, it has this decoration of silver, almost flowing water and wind.
I think the term you're looking for is gi.
Gi, thank you.
Geese are open on the front, though.
Yeah, geese are open. They're not. This is something different. There is another term for it. I think this style is more of a Chinese than a Japanese. So I could be wrong.
Gi is Japanese style, but
I'll look up the actual word later. But
is there a picture for it?
I will show you a picture. Yeah, I just wanted to get through to kind of describing what its intent was. The inspiration is this. As there is no hood for the overcoat or this almost poncho-esque type of wear, there is underneath the front parts of it where you would have your front exposed. There are straps that could close it around you if you so desired, but there are no sleeves that you can place your hands or your arms through. The pant legs itself are thick. They don't. There is space in the legging where they're not tied onto you, but the material itself seems somewhat heavy. The shoes go up just past the ankles and are lined inside with fur. The material on the outside is almost this soft leather to cloth, and underneath there is a sliding piece of material that, if removed, will expose essentially the bottom of cleats. There are gloves that go with this that will tuck underneath the sleeve to some degree. But they seem to be more of an offhand thought instead of part of what was meant to be made. It's very simple, yet in its simplicity seems of quality of station, akin to that of some sort of royal guard or captain of a guard. Not something that says, "Look at me, I'm high nobility."
So this is like winter clothes.
Yeah, that is what you guys requested because it was going to start getting cold. Though without the exterior piece, they could work as regular clothing. You'd probably just want different shoes.
Yeah. Pretty sure armored sabatons don't go with this.
Probably not.
Has anybody else not opened up their things? I think that would have been everybody at this point.
That is everyone. Shadow already did his. I've done mine. Neoma did hers.
I sent you a DM. DM.
The DM has received the DM.
All right. Well,
Yeah, that's everybody.
pack up my shit. I take I guess one person, Aloria. You would lead me to where the hell we're going.
Why are you saying "God damn it, Spaz"? What do you mean, Luna?
What?
What? Why are you grabbing this free bottle? No, keep that shit away from me.
All right.
nothing
As you are
wrong.
now all in
everything wrong.
your new attire, I'm assuming.
No,
No?
I don't have boots. I'm not walking around in fucking cleats.
The cleats, there is a section that you can leave on it that isn't cleat. It's like a removable sole. I mean, the guy didn't know where you're going, so he was like, all right, everybody gets something to survive. This guy doesn't really want a lot, so climbing shoes.
Them boots were made for walking.
So if you're not, that's fine. As the rest of you are wearing your things and heading out through the door, still there after a few minutes, beginning to move towards the entry hall now, is the group of individuals. The let me make sure I pull that up real quick so I have the right ones. All right.
As while you're doing that,
all right.
I guess I'll swap into the regular clothes, get out of the armor.
Okay. Sure, that's fine. As you begin to exit this troop is beginning to enter, you'll see one clad head to toe in armor, almost polished silver in color, with these horns that wrap around the head from the sides, angled forward. The helmet's face is somewhat of that of a bucket helm, or what you would imagine a crusader wearing. The armor itself heavily covered in fur and winter gear. A long silvered and blue cape drapes from their back that is torn to shreds. There are multiple different weapons that adorn their waist: long swords, short swords, daggers, axes, maws, and even a blacksmith's hammer that does look dented and yet to have been cleaned. In one hand, they are carrying a great axe that is not dual-headed. It has only one head on it. As the axe itself has no wooden parts to it. It is completely made out of metal and wrapped at the very handle in what seems to be this kind of white leather. The axe itself, though looks heavily used, the edge is sharp. The armor slightly dented and scratches amongst it. You can still see the original decor of what seems to show varying creatures of horrific design. The helmet itself is scarred across one side with 3 heavy gashes, and the gauntlets are slightly dented in around the knuckles. That individual stands roughly around, if you want an accurate one, you can give me a perception check, between 7 and 8 feet tall. Next to that individual is a woman of short brunette hair, humid looking, soft features in the face, though with half plate. Resting at their side is a long sword that is split at the end point, where there is a slight divot into the blade. On the other is a 3-headed mace, the chained mace, that is coiled and wrapped. A red waistcoat coast drops down with decorations of winged creatures with almost a lion-like body and a bird-like beak. Next to her is another armor-clad individual, though of darkened armor. Some of you have seen something akin to this before, as the armor looks very heavily inspired by Insel. Gold and silver trim adorn most of it, as it too has some furs pressed towards the pauldrons and around the top of the neck. A red surcoat drapes underneath the waist armor, covering most of the legs. The individual as well is carrying a large axe, though it is strapped into the back. Next to them, somewhat shoving them with an elbow, is a familiar looking figure, but shorter than you remember. Black armor trimmed in gold with a yellow surcoat over the front and a ringed can't remember the actual one, but like almost a cloth ringed crown over the top that drapes over the helmet. Smaller blades are strapped to their sides and a long sword onto their back. The armor itself shows similarities to Autumn's, but the individual is shorter. Walking next to them is a sword and board individual with a large shield, full plate armor with no helmet, a sword sheathed on one side, and a blonde ponytail strapped up high onto the back of the head, with one face in her hands, kind of just shaking as the dark armored individual and the shorter knight begin shoving each other vigorously back and forth. Walking amongst them, seemingly strange compared to the heavily armored individuals, is an individual entirely in robes. A staff with spiraling vines with monkeys crawling across them. A burgundy cloth that goes over one shoulder around the body, and underneath it being another heavier surcoat or hooded clothing, off kind of cream colored white with heavy beads that drape over their neck. These beads, Felwolf, they remind you of Eastern, though the attire seems Southern, mostly towards Oasis. But the objects that they are carrying seem mostly religious towards spiritualists or monks from the East. They are not wearing shoes, they are wearing wraps around their feet. Their arms mostly exposed except for one that is underneath the red cloth. The other thing about them is their eyes are bandaged over. Walking next to Lady Whitewater, though with their head down, unable to see very many features, is a white-haired woman with pointy ears. If that character would like to describe themselves further, I'll let you, or if you want me to. It's your call.
You probably describe her better than I would.
Let me make sure I do this right. See if I put it in here. Yep. Roughly around the same height as Lady Whitewater. And are around some of your troops' height, though not smaller than all of you, looking over at Neoma, is an elven woman. Their face heavily decorated what seems to be darkened war paint of some kind. Though their hair is straightened on the ends, flared up towards the top and all the way towards the back. This pressed and almost form-fit armor that seems to move like dragon scales, but made of metal flakes, adorns them. A heavy furred coat drapes over their shoulders, almost to the point of contacting the ground at her feet. As you look at them, as you look at her, as she's kind of glaring about, embarrassed, somewhat showing a form of embarrassment or uneasiness, as Lady Whitewater has her arm over her shoulders. She has this soft-hearted smile where you can see something that's not akin to elven kind, almost fanged teeth. Her facial features are elegant, yet you can see portions of it that are underlying rugged. A hybrid of what seems to be a race that's powerful, yet draped in elegance. They have a strange weapon hilt, though most of the weapon itself, bladed as you can tell from the pushing out from the cape, the weapon itself is somewhat crystalline in structure. It's not metal. At the end has 3 points, blue in nature, that seems to have frost drifting from it, or this cold air leaking from the blade itself. I remember quickly the shield's description. Where did I put that?
I don't
There
have
it
the
is.
shield on my thing, so
You don't have
I
it
don't
on
know.
yours?
Character sheet. It's just not in the document you gave me.
All right,
I
so
don't
it's
know.
on here. Oh. Okay, so if I do that. Okay. The shield itself seems odd that she carries in the opposite hand from Lady Whitewater, who is on her right. It's made of mostly made of wood, pressed and bound together by metal. The shield itself has strange markings across it. Nothing of a language is able to be really taken from it. Though there are some repeating symbols that spiral in towards the center of the shield. Behind the group, keeping pace, but not distanced, pressed between the larger individual in armor and Lady Whitewater, just slightly behind, is another figure. If that individual would like to describe themselves.
No.
No?
It would seem not.
It seems as if they have died.
Speak or perish.
Lockham?
Mike. I think it would best you.
think it's best. He thinks it's best.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. If you wrote something, I could read that. If not, I can go with what I didn't write anything really, but I can go with what's on the spot. I don't know if you changed anything.
No, I didn't change anything.
Okay. Let me pull up what I got here. Behind them is probably one of the two helmeted individuals, or one of four helmeted individuals, though not really interacting with the others. Forget here the height. There we go. Oh yeah. About average height, about 6 foot, maybe 5'11". Woman walking with mostly what seems to be half plate. Though the armor is stylized very odd. Half of the chest is not covered by armor. It seems to be covered by a stretched leather. Sashes and cloth hangs from underneath the waist armor in series of reds and blacks with decoration folded between them. A large series of feathers of blues, yellows, and almost teals adorn the helmet tucked between it and a large, almost iron fin on the top. The mask or the visor of this helmet seems very much akin to a jousting helm. Long vertical slits and a very tapered point to the face. The armor flares up towards the shoulders, but very slim in the chest. The legs themselves seem to be form-fit towards the individual, as they are seemingly pressed very close towards the skin. The figure shows a somewhat soft, lightly pinked, very peach-esque skin towards the chest of what seems to be these leather straps that form over the sternum where a gorget would normally be. The armor itself in sections in the torso doesn't seem to show that there is anything between the metal and skin, except on the other side where this stretched leather is. They carry with them only one weapon, which seems to be a rapier. Though as they move, the best way that many of you could probably describe it is they move slightly seductively. Most of the motion is towards the center of their person, the lower abdomen and hips. That moves back and forth with, hip sways, as they walk with the group. They stand very straight compared to the others that seem to be in a more relaxed state. Behind all of them, which most of you probably had your attention on, which most of you probably had your attention on, is a dragon. Their face somewhat misshapen, as seen before, scars, some bones flexed out, deep yellow eyes, and an inability to close. Look, we're famous. To close their mouth completely, as there are tears in their lips where the teeth can be seen. The beast itself has cuts and scars across the front chest, the lower sections of the neck, the wings almost perfect, though at the ends there are holes and frays. The body itself seems as if it's seen constant fighting. the feeling that many of you get, though dragons are innately intimidating, the feeling you get from this creature is somewhat submissive. His head is slightly lowered down, not staring directly at anybody. This is, in size comparison for all of you others, this would be considered an adult dragon. This is a massive creature.
Is it larger than the one that we saw before?
Oh yeah, it's bigger. It is beefier. The other one that you guys had fought was long, like a flying noodle. This is your traditional European dragon.
Noodle dragon.
This one looks like it could probably eat a town's worth of people and still be hungry.
Big beefy boy.
And I will share that picture with you guys.
And you said that Autumn's with them?
An individual that is distinctly shorter than Autumn, but does have that same armor.
Would I know any of these individuals having traveled to the west before?
Make for me a history check. I would say Stolen, Wolf,
An 18.
and Arya can also make me a history check.
Yay. Something. No.
Nope. 3.
Who did you say make rolls?
Stolen, Ellen, and Fell, and me.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Your background didn't involve dealing with lots of people. Your background mostly involved dealing with places.
Yep. I was focusing on annihilating a bot, so I didn't quite hear you.
Okay.
It
And
was
then,
super effective.
there you go. Those are references for the other individuals.
God damn.
God damn.
Oh my god, it's literally just Cecil with an X. That's awesome.
As you
Tempted to just call it Autumn.
so we had the 18, 7, 11, and 17. So the 18 would inform you that you've heard of two of these people. You've never actually met them.
Okay.
You've heard of one individual that had a pet dragon from a young age, though your father never really referred to it as a pet, more of a conquered beast, because the creature is not treated like a pet.
It's a slave.
No, more likely as you began to hear the individual that accompanied that creature is essentially a Goliath from the north. They treat beasts and monsters from the north as game. Many rumors went around there was an adventurer who wrestled constantly with a dragon. So the dragon is is treated more like a sparring partner for life to an individual that is essentially a barbarian.
Fuck.
A beaten slave is still a slave.
And the other one is the elven-like woman. You've heard of individuals like her before, but she stands out more. You, when a younger, heard rumors of a beautiful northern elf that was constantly in search of her father. and it begins to dawn on you that the individual that you are staring at is what is the individual referred to as Lily Tala Azul.
Frost. Oh, I know this is.
Yep.
I know this is.
We know.
I know what this is.
Stolen. You know exactly who the armored individual is because he drinks with your Goliath bud at the Adventuring Guild.
Nice.
And
Which
your Goliath
armored individual? There are multiple.
the big one.
At Mall.
The one in the silver?
Yeah, the one in the silver. You know him as Boardvin Terry Zax, as he just likes to go by Boardvin, and most of the time he goes, "I'm just bored." And he constantly gets into drinking games at the tavern or brawls or whatever he can get his hands into because he's a very physical person. And as that thought comes across your head as, I know who that is, you are I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. As you are grappled by him immediately.
He's standing there. He puts the fist to his chin, and he's like, "I know this person."
That will not succeed. You will take.
Wait, so we're all here, right?
Yeah, you'll take 5 points of blunt damage as he gives you essentially a bear hug, and you hear a slight crack of a rib as he just squeezes you, going, "Stop! How are you?"
Oh, Borvin! Oh, it's great to see you.
I haven't seen you around the taverns.
Oh, I've been out of town for a couple weeks. Oh.
Weeks? It's like months.
Time flies when you're, meeting new people and almost dying every day.
That just means you're weak, as he just kind of shoves your shoulder as you try to keep yourself standing.
Yeah.
Who are your friends?
Well, these are the people, like I said, I met on my travels. It's like, when you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Fine, Aloria, having seen this person charged at Stolen, is kind of like stanced up, and there you can see like a kind of a spark of fire in her free hand as she has her staff in the other, and she's just kind of just staring at him like confused and looking like between Stolen and this guy.
Stolen will smack him on the side of his arm. Oh, he's all good, Aloria. Oh, he's a good guy. This is very physical.
He's keeping constant eye contact. Well, trying to keep constant eye contact with everyone he can as he goes from person to person, just staring back and forth with a behavior of a golden retriever. Just constantly excited as you can hear the deep breaths underneath the helmet.
I am not going to stand next to Stolen, that's for sure.
I'm going to
I technically was standing next to Stolen, so...
He'll look at you next and just stare. As you look into the helmet, you have the feeling that the helmet is extremely imposing, and as soon as you see through the slits where the eyes are that he sees through, you can see these soft blue eyes that are just kind of sparkling underneath, just with awe and amusement as he's just staring at you.
I guess I will introduce myself first.
Turn towards Fel.
He walks in front of some of the group in some more than likely failed attempt to shield them from further punishment. Because, like I said, I have met this character before.
You as a player have met this character.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody give me an insight check.
Yeah.
I'll help explain this on if it's a high enough insight check.
Yeah, because
Ooh,
There you go.
there you go, Lynn.
Yeah.
Okay.
22.
I am not rolling good today.
Oh, Stalin, you have experience. Mostly you're just enamored constantly with his size in comparison to you as you're constantly looking up at him.
Yeah.
Classic Stolen.
With those, I would say the group mostly begins to understand this individual is as dangerous as the misunderstood brother of a lot of old shows where it's, oh, hey, George, where if they had something small and adorable, it would probably be crushed by love.
I will love him.
Yeah.
Take care of him, and I will name him George.
This individual.
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, now you remember, Mel. This individual.
I'm about to say, dude, how do you not remember this man?
I had to voice act the entire book, man. Trauma. Okay.
This.
Wait a minute.
This man gives off heavy vibes of somebody who has too nice of an attitude for the amount of muscle and weight they control. As you could tell, he didn't think he crushed, nor did it seem like he was actually trying to squeeze Stolen, as he may have fractured a rib against Stolen. And so you begin to understand this is probably the man that owns the dragon. Because it's a beast that could be powerful enough to live long enough to be his pet. No way do you get the intent of the desire of harm. Though a lot of signals in the back of your head are screaming, I don't want to be great friends with this man. I would like to be friends, but I'm not inviting him over for a house party.
Yeah.
My house would not be standing afterwards.
Yeah.
Probably not.
This is the kind of friend that you suspect that if drunk would probably throw himself through the door just because.
Just bringing up Reinhardt fucking.
That's just a frat house.
Yeah, he's literally frat house energy.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like
We need
frat
more of
house that just got a brand new puppy energy. Like, I'm constantly excited.
Great, we already had Stolen, now we've got this guy.
That's a whole different end of spectrum.
Velv will introduce himself through title. You know, the whole I am Velv, son of Dragonhawk, current leader of the Wolf Clan of the Jade jurisdiction.
I'm Bordven Terigzak, third son of Terigzak.
Well met, son of Terigzak.
Thank you, son of Dragonhawk. As he looks towards Dragon, and you can hear him softly mutter, feathers. No. Just kind of look back towards you. This individual is an open book. Very easy to read.
Yes. I am well aware.
Please tell me that his dragon is named Feathers.
No. His dragon is not named Feathers. You could see him. He moved his head in a fashion of imagining his dragon with feathers, like a hawk. What is a dragon hawk? And then look back at Felwolf.
This guy. Guess Laura would introduce herself next.
Look, Squirrel. His entire brain focuses on one thing.
Oh my god.
As he will open his arms out towards you, Felwolf, as he begins to walk towards you for a hug.
I must refuse, friend.
He'll put his arms down as you'll hear the sound of two objects being struck by something metal. As you immediately look over, and watch the brunette individual slug the helmets of the other two knights that are now essentially in a small tussle.
I would like to go look at that.
They're not very far from you. They're like a few feet away.
I'm gonna go watch. I'm gonna go walk up.
As she slugs them, they stop, and she looks up towards Bordvin, goes, you shake his hand, and you don't crush it. Use 2 fingers. As he'll extend his hand with his index and thumb exposed towards you. Which is like shaking the hand of probably a middle schooler or somebody of the age of 12. Is about how big his index finger is.
Oh my god.
I'm still gonna roll an insight.
Okay.
Is that gonna hurt me?
It will probably not. You could tell that there is force behind his grasp, though with not the entirety of his hand behind it, it's unlikely that he's going to squeeze to hurt you. It'll just be like one of those, I just shook the hand of my girlfriend's father kind of handshakes. Like, he put effort in, but he didn't break my hand.
Suspicious eyes. Presses next
You're
down.
weird.
Next to down. Okay.
I will shake the hand.
There is some force behind it, though he does move your hand up and down vigorously as he looks over to the brunette and gives a thumbs up with his other hand. It's just like, yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna look to Lady Whitewater and just kind of
she just has
motion to
this
myself a little
massive. She just has this massive grin across her face.
I'm giving her a questioning look and then pointing to myself. If she can pick up on that or not.
1 second. Let me do this.
Here comes that poor insight.
What's the intent behind it? Are you just like, do they know of me? Am I in danger?
Is it okay for me to say?
Just like motion to yourself, motioning to another person. Yeah.
She just looks over slightly towards the individual to her left, Lily, and just looks back towards you and goes, this troop's, think of them as my family. Very odd family, but probably the only life this castle sees.
Is she saying that, or?
Yeah, she says that.
Okay.
As
the person who's shown me kindness, then, and she'll hold out her hand as she was taught when she was a kid. I am Arya Turnterra. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Immediately, Fel, your hand gets dropped as he goes over for a full grasp. As you hear this ting of a ball bearing bouncing off his helmet as he stops. Then uses 2 fingers and shakes your hand slowly as you see the brunette just with this stressed out face looking at him.
I fucking love this guy.
As I look around this group, if these two are tussling beside me, their helmets are probably off by now.
Yeah, the shorter individual, as his helmet had clattered to the ground, you'll see this kind of dirty blonde color shortcut with a single strand of hair that's braided in the back. Does not look like Autumn, though there are features that seem very similar. The other individual, which he is essentially slugging it out with, or in this very awkward, terrible wrestling match, is the other individual. Looks like he's from Insel. Arya, as you look over, you immediately recognize, and Felwolf, a moment of flashback hits you. You've seen this person's face before, but it was a portrait, a younger portrait. As you begin to realize this individual is the first prince of Insel. as he is now in this tussle with this other party member.
That's what I was about to ask. Is like everything I've heard thus far from everybody I'm looking at. Does Fellow get the impression that this is a group of effectively, I guess, scions, the descendants
of nobility? Yes. As you begin to look around, their armor is well made. Their behavior is very off, but it's not unkin to something of a makeshift family. So there's the two brothers that constantly fight, the overly happy individual, the stressed out sister, and as you just kind of gather it in, the other two, the helmeted woman and Lily, are kind of off to the side with Lady Whitewater. Lily's not looking anybody really in the face. Just kind of accepting what's going on. The other individual, you're not really reading anything. They just standing there unmoving, breathing, just letting it all happen, as there is the constant soft giggle from Lady Whitewater.
Can I sell player to player? What's the country that Autumn belonged to, by the way?
That was
Inzol.
No, it's not Enzo.
No, it's not Inzol. I can never remember. I call it the Spartan country all the time.
Novgorod.
Novgorod. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk up because one of the two that's currently wrestling belongs to Novgorod. I know that. That fits puzzle pieces. I'm gonna walk up to the two that are tussling. I would at first politely ask, could you refrain from beating each other until I have a conversation?
As they both look at you and are about to say something, once more you'll hear that same sound as you witness the brunette slug both of them in the head once more. As they kind of both stop mid-mouth open and deep breath. You probably assume they're probably going to tell you to fuck off in unison, but they stop and they just kind of go, excuse us. As they
You don't have to get up. I
just
have
gotta
a question.
stop.
Yeah, just mid wrestle, they'll just pause.
Yeah.
Like somebody hit the pause button. Yeah. I just look, I was like, thank you. Now, son of Novgorod, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did your travelers reach you safely?
Who? We've been flying in the air on the dragon. We've just returned from slaying creatures. So this is essentially news stop. Is there something I need to know?
I would inform him of the rescue.
The rest of you would essentially Lily and the other guest here would hear essentially a portion of the story that happened, and I'm going to say I'm going to believe that you say Auditore as the place and everything. You essentially hear about them rescuing Autumn, the individual that they refer to as Autumn. You two will recognize that as the first of House Autumn. His name is Boris. The individual that's with you is also Boris, his brother, who was adopted into House Autumn. This is not an actual blood Autumn member. He joins you in place of Autumn in the past year as Boris Autumn, fourth of House Autumn. Nobles are weird. Happens a lot in history.
Wait, so which one is the first one? The one that's here? Or the one that's
The one that we rescued.
The one that you
that's
rescued
rescued.
was the first son of the Autumn House, Boris. This one is Boris Autumn, fourth of House Autumn. He's not an actual Autumn.
But he
adopted by way of
Basically
stupid.
Autumn. Yeah, adopted into the family.
Yeah.
Understood.
He'll then after re-inciting that part of the story, he will then ask the son of, what would you say, Novgorod is what it was?
Novgorod.
Alright, he's son of Novgorod. I ask again, did he arrive safely?
Not aware. We've been on the back of the dragon. We got into the Western Kingdoms from the north just recently. So, I suspect from auditory around the given suspect time, should have made it home by now. Though I'm sure there are a myriad of different horses dead along the way.
More than likely.
Though his name would get him riding horses, whatever capital garrison he may ride through. So I suspect either he is home now, or returning here, if I'm going to assume, as he looks towards Lady Whitewater. I'm going to assume that is the reason why we're here.
That is one of the reasons.
She somewhat nods to the grin on her face slowly fading, kind of remembering the whole reason why she called everybody here.
He'll speak up when he sees the dampener of the mood he started. As he'll say, my goal here is not to dampen spirits, but to remind that though we may have glee and happiness, it is best to keep our heads on our shoulders and not act like children when we have our own responsibilities.
You say act like children, and everybody stops and looks towards Bordvin, who is still currently shaking slowly Arya's hand, unaware of what's going on behind him with your conversation.
Head empty. No thoughts.
Yeah. The brunette will look towards Lily. You're the boss, so I believe you may do the introductions.
Oh, well, okay. You'll see her wait, 1 second. I want to make sure I have the list pulled up.
If you need me to, I will.
I'm gonna say I don't have pictures with which ones are which for some of them.
We got rated, by the way.
We did.
Joker!
Yo.
It's a good excuse for a little pause here.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
Hey, Joker.
I love that you called the boss again.
Well,
I
know her character is the leader of this adventuring party.
Awesome.
So calling her boss is, not out of the question. And she's aware of this.
Just a double whammy.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'll go from the pictures I sent here in order, so you can have it. Down here. I'll do this so it's a little bit easier. And then damn it, where is it? Oh, there you are. And then this will go for the one above. So I'll put that one on top. Go.
Still just love picturing like big guy just still focusing on shaking Arya's hand. Just like very carefully.
Yeah.
There we go. There it is.
Okay. So Domina's Lockham's character, right? Yeah. Right. You'll kind of see her gesture to the individual next to her. This is Domina. I don't know if she would really say all their names. Necessarily, like their full name.
She wouldn't do it very fancily. She'll just say their whole ass name. She's
like she's not really about titles or any of that. She's just kind of like, oh, that's Domina Dowells. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it.
Deu Wells.
Deu Wells.
Sex Machina.
Better than Domina Dowell.
You'll see her. Like, I don't know, Domina, do you actually like do any kind of gesture to respond?
She will curtsy at them.
Okay. She'll kind of giggle and look at the brunette woman who is still kind of wrestling with controlling the two men.
For those
that
I will say, for those of you that are aware, the behavior between the two wrestling men, I know some of you will understand, others won't. Is like Sanji and Zoro that are constantly just yelling at each other and fighting, and Nami, who punches them both constantly.
Essentially, is that reference?
Yeah, it's essentially that kind of behavior of, I'm tired of both of your shits, knock it off.
Yeah.
And it works for a little while, and then they get back to it.
Yeah, ever like slipping up and then having to be reminded.
That's the name of DM Arch.
Okay, I see it. All right. Yeah, we can definitely do that afterwards. I will do this.
Let's make sure you got the name that they wrote.
I'll do this. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. I had to redeem.
Okay. She'll point over to the brunette and be like, "That's Diana Palomore."
Yep, Palomore.
That's Diana Palomore. And you see, you've already met Bordvin, as she kind of like eyes him and again chuckles to herself, watching him like
as he
slowly
hears his
trying to
name,
be
his
careful.
head quickly turns towards you.
Yes, big guy, I'm talking about you. And she'll give him like a little wave.
He'll let go of her of Arya's hand and just throw his hand up way in the air and just shake it.
Then she'll point over to the two, and that's Caleb Einzel.
Insel.
Enzel, and sounds like you're familiar with Boris Autumn the Fifth, because that could probably get confusing otherwise. And Kiri, I don't know how you.
It's Kiri.
Kiri, okay. Autumn, and the big guy, as she kind of looks up at the dragon. That's Darvanth.
As his head will look up towards you and just, you'll see a slight smile as he'll just look at the group and then kind of rest his head on the ground as he lays down.
the biggest and best boy. And then she'll just kind of take a moment to like kind of study and size up each of you a little bit before turning her attention back to Lady Whitewater.
So this is a good section, though not of everybody that's on their way here. There are some that have unfortunately had to inform us of not being able to attend. The majority of voices from the West will be here. To hear what is going on, as she'll look up, kind of look behind you, and that face just goes from that middle of it's still business, but I'm happy, to just the completely soured mood, as you'll hear the sound of footsteps behind your group. As Zeph, if you'd like to interject.
Fellas just like, is he behind me?
Or we'll turn and look at the where the footsteps are coming from.
Arya's not turning around at
You might
all.
wanna fix that. We can't hear you, bud.
We cannot hear a damn thing that's coming out of your mouth.
You're getting picked
Oh,
up.
wait, the dick bag's mute. We're good. That's cool, everybody.
Somebody cast silence on him.
The dick character cannot speak.
Not me this time. Shame.
You're still quiet.
You
guys.
Sound like you're a million miles away.
I am really,
didn't even hear him talking.
I'm at
I
200%.
thought I heard sandwich. I heard sandwich.
He's quiet for once.
Is it the wrong mic that you have on, my guy?
No.
Oh, it sounds like you were down
You
a
sound
hole.
so fucking far.
Yeah, you sound like you were down a well and we were trying to hear you.
Check your
Restart
input audio.
Discord
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, I would say check your input.
Bro, I
first.
have him at 200%
Yeah,
volume.
I do as
still
well.
can't hear him.
I can barely hear him. Professional streamers, everybody.
Hey, it's not like anybody's ever made something that worked where a bunch of people can talk together.
Does he have an echo effect he could use?
Just
He's supposed to have like this
progressively
booming
gets louder.
voice as a
You're so quiet,
character,
Mark.
and then
He
you just hear like
forgot-
this little mouse
Restart
voice.
Discord dummy. Try that.
He forgot to cast thaumaturgy as he was speaking.
Yeah.
You hear footsteps behind you, Felwolf, but he's like a football field away.
So you turn around and he's,
footsteps.
when you turn around and he's actually just this really massive guy. He's-
What the hell?
Super bashful.
Oh god, that
Getting, like,
only
a little,
reminded me of like,
blush over his helmet.
it reminded me of that Pirates of the Caribbean guy. Or, hey, shall go to.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh no, they sure go to. So
Alright.
good.
All right, how about now?
Testing.
That's
Way better.
Better.
somewhat better.
Better, but
It's still difficult.
Go. All right.
Check what mic you're hooked up to, my
No.
guy. That might be it.
Do this. You're gonna go to
You sound
start.
super
You're gonna
far.
go to your settings. You're gonna go to system, sound, and you're gonna go and find the sound control panel.
And bye everybody, while we solve our technical difficulties.
You're gonna go to recording. Then after that, you're gonna find
Hey,
your
this is difficult
microphone
for
and
Shane.
pull up the volume. You're gonna right click wherever your microphone is, hit properties, and then go to levels, and you're gonna drag it over to 100, blow everybody's
Is it
ears
just
out.
me, or
And
is
shortly
everybody just
after, you're going to right-click System32 and uninstall.
Is that better?
There
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Was it
Oh,
There you
down?
go.
Was it down
Yeah,
there?
it was.
Also, and am I the only one that's hearing Arch as like a static?
No, he's
mess?
staticky.
He is definitely static.
I am.
Yep.
It happens.
Just
every now and
it just started, yeah. But it was no, I think now it's fine.
Hello. Hi. Welcome.
Yeah, you're good.
All
then.
right.
You're good.
Yep, buttery smooth. Let's go.
Yeah, I had
Like
whenever I pull up my sound section in my systems, it's like, hey, guess what? Nothing wants to work right. And I have to close
You
it. And then
thought
it's,
you could change me?
you thought you could get good information. You thought you could understand what I do. Boo on you.
Good point. Hydrate.
Okay.
Yes. Hydrate. Yes, I actually forgot I had water.
Okay, so
Well, getting back on track. I'm all good, right?
Hey!
Yes,
There
you
go.
are.
go for it.
Much better.
Okay. As Altair walks in, he is followed behind on either side by his bodyguards Trock and Bortek. He is wearing a very long, detailed white coat with blue and gold accents into it, where the inside of the coat appears to be a nice like blue satin pattern, as well as it is it has like white fur going over the collars and the cuffs. As he walks in, the left side of the coat is tucked behind his rapier, and he proceeds to walk in and look around the room.
Or walk out. They are outside currently.
Oh, outside. Okay, let's walk out.
Yeah.
Begins looking at all the faces in the crowd. Notices the group and begins to walk towards. Once he gets to the group, he immediately the first person he greets would be Kiri Autumn, as he says, Kiri, I see that you were able to make it.
Yes, we received word, so
Well, I'm happy you were able to make it or you were close enough to be able to make it. It's always a pleasure to see you.
you as well.
And then he will look to the rest of the group and begin saying hello and just doing customary greetings, nothing special to everyone.
They will each kind of greet you in the same fashion they normally do. The same, somewhat half-assed version. Lily, you may also, if you so desire, to do anything else other than just a hi, it's good to see you. Or you, Domina.
I mean, she's not really that close to this individual, right?
So for both of your guys' experience, it's not hard to imagine the individual of his group that he's actually wanting to see. But most of the time, this individual behaves as the pompous prince.
Okay.
So let that be the behavior in which you treat him.
Okay.
Most of you are on equal noble level as this individual, though he has nobody between him and the throne. He's technically the sitting ruler of his kingdom.
Yeah, she then probably doesn't particularly care for him. She'll still greet him as expected, but not really like show any form of respect past what his title is.
You get the same in return.
Yeah, just the hi.
Yeah.
It's just a stop.
Yeah, just the.
It's like,
I'm glad you made it.
hello, it's you.
Yeah. I would glance at the other groups that I'm not very familiar with. I don't say a word. I just focus on the pleasantries, and then I go take my, back of the room spectator type of just. My presence is here as requested.
Altier, the meeting will be tomorrow more than likely, or when the last guest arrives. If you have business outside the castle walls, you're free to go about Whitewater. But I will send a message for you if you were truthfully required. Well, I should at least do this. Altair, these are guests that will be attending the royal court.
Guests.
Yes.
Very well.
She'll gesture towards Arya first. This is Catherine.
I guess this is like a very unusual, and so it has Altier's attention. So he's actually kind of caring about this.
I'll play up the more nobility side, try to act proper. It's going to look very weird because Fell's never seen this. Fell has literally never seen her act this way. And it would probably be something that he would have known she could do.
It's just interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah, it's like a complete 180 flip from her typical attitude.
He's busy being pissed off because this jackass is near him, but at the same time, this is funny as hell.
As Lady
She'll reach out her hand, for Altier to take it. Catherine Redwood, pleasure to meet you.
Altair, do you take her hand and do the noble-esque thing of...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mainly because she's also, at least in my eyes, trying to, do the proper etiquette. I would take her hand, give her a nice customary slight bow forward. Nice to meet you. I am Altier Auditore.
She'll gesture immediately to the left where Stolen is. Second, I gotta remember. This is Viceroy Amar.
Oh no.
Stolen.
Yeah, sorry. What'd he say?
She said she called you Viceroy Imar.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought I heard.
Mm-hmm. She's giving you, as you guys are able to quickly assume, she's giving you guys fake titles or a fake name.
Someone would for a second kind of look at her, kind of clueless, and then he'd be like, "Oh, yes, that's me." And he'll kind of dud up his shirt and kind of pop the collar a little bit, play it up a little bit, you know.
Altier's eyebrow will kind of raise a bit, but he would continue the pleasantries.
His attire looks like that of some sort of military individual or something like that. So the title seems appropriate, though the individual's behavior to you would, with the backing of Lady Whitewater, points more towards new nobility. So it's like, oh, okay, hi.
Yeah, more of
less enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Someone would really play into it with taking his hat off and doing like a little spin with a little bow, and then putting the hat back on.
Oh my god, yes!
Over eccentric, I see.
Dang!
You will see right behind him as Altair is facing you. Behind him, you'll see Diana just put her fucking hand in her face, just like, my fucking god.
Another one to deal with.
You'll kind of hear Lily giggle just a little bit too.
Domina's head will slightly look over to the side and over to Lady Whitewall.
She'll then gesture to Neoma. This is Priestess Neoma. from Nightingale.
Ah, the priestess. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
She just kind of stand there awkwardly as he puts his hand forward. They don't do as you recall, they are not normally socialites like ourselves.
Ah, I see.
This one is Aloria of the what was the circle there?
Fire.
No, she's not doing that
No?
one.
Okay.
This is Aloria of the second of the moon druids in Nightingale as well. She accompanied the priestess here.
Oh, I see.
Her face you'll find is very like stern. She'll kind of just give a curt nod and say nothing.
I would do a slight like tongue click and then move on.
This title for you, Altair, this next title will somewhat cause you to be extremely polite to this person. This is Felwolf Starstrider, new boss of Oasis.
Oh, so you're the new one that's more or less running everything then.
Oh god.
Now I'm in a predicament.
Oh boy.
Fuck. Shit. Because as we remember, Felwolf doesn't lie.
You could just turn your head to the side and just scoff at him and just not respond to this individual.
Yeah.
Which is appropriate for the title she gave you.
Yes.
You have encountered a boss, and the guy is not very pleasant. So it very well allows you to be an asshole and no one can say shit. But it also doesn't give you away. So essentially the titles are a way of her giving you guys a facade for your behavior. So it's up to you.
Well, ooh.
Come on, man. Don't fuck this for us.
I mean, he did just dish you, so kind of not really addressing him does fit.
I am going to enact a racial feature.
Okay.
Oh?
No.
All right.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. So you're gonna gain
I'm
proficiency
going to
in
use my
intimidation.
natural menacing self.
Ooh.
Without saying anything, I'm going to stare this man up and down.
Roll me an intimidation check.
Like full cross arms, just sizes him up.
Damn.
Nice.
I did say Felwolf is not happy with this person.
Damn.
Altair, you are very
Well.
charismatic, but you are aware that leaders from Oasis, or bosses, air quotes, are people that climbed through blood to get to where they are. He glares at you as if the intent is to murder you, your extended family, and the ancestors of whatever pet you may have.
Yes.
There is a moment in which the guards around you do clench their weapons and just kind of stand there awkwardly for a second.
Whenever that happens, I would more or less kind of half hold my hand up, just kind of like nothing's gonna happen in this type of environment to kind of put them at ease. He would say back, "Well, I see that it seems like you've definitely earned your title then."
And then she will gesture towards Elenan. This is the first son of our late Grand Admiral Elenan. Military nobility. It doesn't speak that much, but I thought it appropriate to take such a useful house of my kingdom and allow them to sit in on noble hearings. Seems courteous to all that they have done.
I see. And they've earned their spot at this table, you would say. Okay.
And gestures towards Shadow. This is Shadow, second student of Master Hawk. You are aware that Master Hawk is already a member of the Royal Council.
Mm-hmm.
Would nod politely and silently.
Which is very much like Master Hawk. Doesn't really talk to anybody.
I would look him up, like up and down, and
he's very tall individual, and he is a tabaxi. So
7'2", if you count the years.
Count the years.
So I see Master Hawk's protege is finally being seen.
But I think that's actually
Sorry,
counter.
I can't hear you at all.
I think that's counter to the point of his protege. Normally, they're very secretive, so rare sighting, I believe. And she just kind of smiles towards Shadow.
I didn't hear a word he said. I'm sorry. I have to turn him up.
And then I do believe that's everyone. They will be joining us. They will be joining us for the royal court. It would take at least till tomorrow, if not into the morning of the next day. You have free reign of that is suited to you here in Whitewater. Just, as always, refrain from inciting public disturbances.
You're just speaking to everybody right now?
No, she's looking at Altair.
Oh.
For all of you that are unaware, this is, I guess, His Lordship Prince Altair Auditore, leader of Auditore.
As Eloria hears the name, her eyes squint.
I would give a very formal bow forward to everyone as I've been introduced.
Please, everyone everyone that just arrived, go ahead and enter. If you wish to communicate further, so be it. I can see Minithel over there running out of oats, so it probably means I have something to do. She'll kind of nod and dismiss herself, giving a slight tight hug to Lily as she walks off.
After she walks off, you'll kind of see like Lily look at the group a little bit, kind of like like a little out of her element, and then she kind of like walks over to like Bordvin, just like to have somebody that she knows to like kind of be around.
He'll put his big hand on your head. You notice that she doesn't really flinch to it as it makes contact. There's the thump as he just kind of begins to try to tussle her hair. She just elbows him in the forearm as he just kind of pulls his arm back and rubs this.
And is this all as they're all walking away?
Some of them are still kind of standing there as still enthralled with the colorful people in front of him. Bordvin's just staring at all of you one by one, ignoring Altair altogether. The rest of them, the individual Diana drags Caleb and Boris into the doors. They're still scrapping as they're being dragged across the ground somewhat.
I just imagine if Bordvin just looks at Neoma, she's just gonna stare harder back.
I imagine he's looking at you in shadow like fairy.
He does look at Shadow, and there is that Shadow. It happened to you many times when you were a child. When somebody begins to reach towards your ears, so he just kind of reaches over. He is significantly taller than you still, and he doesn't have the ears to count. As he just kind of reaches over, that same instinct when you were smaller happens as you begin to take a step back. Like, no, you're not touching the fucking ears, bud.
Well, I get the sense of danger like I normally do with Hawk.
He's not. The intent is not there, though. You do get the sense that if this individual grabs my ear, I will be at his mercy.
It's probably coming off.
And you'll see Lily elbow him again. Like, what did we say about asking people first?
Touch your ear.
A kind of weird, unsure look would come across his face.
He'd
squint.
Alari will kind of step in between him and Shadow. Unfortunately, while it would be pleasant to have further discourse, we have business we need to take care of. And you should rejoin your companions as well.
He'll look down at you as you hear the metal plates and whatnot shift as he bends looking at you.
Sad plate mail noises.
The stern look she had is still upon her face.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
With advantage and also +1 because I still have that perfume. Persuasion. I'm gonna fuck this up. Nope, that's gonna be a 22. No, excuse me.
21?
Yes, 20.
21?
Because I already have +1 to charisma, and then I have the +1 from the perfume, so it's 22. No, 21. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I'm dumb.
Dude, math.
I can math, I promise.
Quick math.
Quick math.
21. As you say that, he'll look down at you. The rest of you, as you're watching this conversation, you do notice, though not into your vision, Eloria, you will notice that he somewhat slouches down like a defeated child. And you begin to realize something. This was probably the way his mother talked to him. As he just kind of slouches. Yeah, okay. She's kind of
Just Lily give him like a little pat on the back, like, it's okay.
She solders off towards the door. Just these.
I think, man.
As he'll pass by Neoma, just kind of run his hand across the top of her head as you just kind of like a child petting a cat. As her head gets like pulled back with the hand as he just walks sadly off.
Aww.
Did I just mom this giant?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
What the fuck?
What would this be in Altier's view?
As is a Dami Mommy confirmed.
God damn it! No.
Oh my god. No. Oh no.
Since-
Wait. If I remember correctly, didn't Delta's character also call you mommy at some point? Like, in the first game?
Yeah.
Truncatedly.
Yep.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
Damn it! I thought
The party that he is a part of, you all know, Domina and Lily, that Bordvin responds vigorously to commands given by women. He does not lust for people. It is as if the only person in his life that was strong enough to tell him what to do was probably his mother. And so he gives in to whatever a commanding woman says. He will do it, which is the most terrifying thing to have when you're battling women in combat or whatever, is that you have to have him distracted with whatever else is there and not pay attention to her. It is his one kryptonite. He's able to crush
Jesus
people,
Christ.
but he cannot deny the commandments of a woman, especially one that is stern to him. Because he is a massive child. So
I
yeah.
don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah.
Lunar, do not hashtag that shit. I swear to God. And Dawn, no.
I'm gonna clip this and put it on Twitter.
Dawn,
Hashtag Spaz Mommy.
You will also know the reason why Spaz had advantage. Lily, you will know this. Dark elf skin is very similar to that of a Goliath skin. It's a very rock color. So the gray aspect was elated this individual to be more like his kin. He is actually since you hail from the same region, he's actually very short for his size, for his race. And it's just this short individual packed extra muscle that he always says that his strength weighed him down or whatever, because it was a burden to bear to be this strong and whatever jokes. But he's actually a runt in his family.
That's probably another reason she kind of treats him a little bit like a little brother, because she's used to being around his race and being bigger.
Yeah, he is the precious party member of your troop, because he is a dangerous blunt weapon.
Well, he's not sharp, that's for sure.
He's definitely not.
Nope.
Are you saying that?
No. I'm remaining silent, but as a player, he's not.
Arya just has this huge grin the
something.
entire time.
Why does Arya smile whenever Aloria does something like this?
More so she was smiling ever since she met Bordvin.
Oh, okay.
So now it's Altir, his two guards, Lily and Domina, that are now with you guys standing out there in the courtyard with the dragon now sleeping on the ground.
Well, the Viceroy and I were going to go to the City Hall in order to see the proceedings that are going to be there. So, if you'll excuse us. And she'll look to Stolen and... kind of tilt
See
her head.
Lily just kind of give you a little nod.
Christ.
Ready whenever you are.
What the fuck?
And she'll look to Lily. Maybe we can get some drinks later.
Now that's a language I can speak.
As long as you bring the big guy. He looks like he could drink a lot.
Oh, he can.
If you get into a drinking contest with him, I fear you might not wake up tomorrow.
That is tempting.
You know, the Viceroy's constitution is quite something comparative to his size. I've seen him drink, and it is something.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance to prove it depending on how long you stay in town.
Well, we'll likely be here for as long as you, depending on how these proceedings go. We'll likely be seeing a lot more of each other.
Well, I would look forward to that very much. You guys kind of remind me of, my siblings. As she kind of looks over to the remaining party members. Just, like, watching.
The remaining one as the rest walk their way or get dragged into the castle itself.
During all this, Altair is still just sitting, but in a very slack, just relaxed position with his hand or his head on his hand, just watching everyone as they're talking, and a bit of like a judgy type of like, what are these people doing here type of thing.
Foulwolf still has not broken eye contact with you either.
Not even blinked.
With that intimidation, it is beginning to become uncomfortable. Like now, all of the people that could continue to protect you or would be required to have, most of them have left. You have 2 bodyguards, though. You're not sure if this man is.
Deep breathing intensifies.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure if that dissuades this man from disemboweling you.
You'll see Lily's eyes, like from her periphery, look at the prince and then look back to the orc in front of her and just kind of get a slight smile that she's trying to stifle a bit, just for polite sake. But when she's turned toward you, you can kind of see her grin a little bit.
Like that anime menacing grin.
Shadows just appear underneath his eyebrows, darkening his eyes. It's like, dude, the sun's shining in your face, though.
His hair begins to rise.
I guess it's seeing what's her name, Lily turning back and forth from Altair. Altair will turn her gaze to him. And don't you have anywhere better to be?
He replies, still just head on hand. No, I have a whole nother day here that I'm stuck. Why not watch the new people?
Like an interesting TV show. The new people.
Glory is just kind of huff like a scoff huff, and turn back towards the fell wolves. I think it's time we got on with our business. And she's gonna turn to everyone else, as should the rest of you. Then Blair will begin walking towards the gate.
As as everyone appears to be leaving, and I'm still sitting there. Once they start to get a fair distance off, I'll yell, "Welcome to the court of jesters," and I'll just sit there.
Do we all hear it?
Yeah,
I haven't moved yet.
Hearing that, Lily will probably turn and give you like a little bit of a bitch stare.
I take it. I'm still just sitting there. I have a slight face.
Mm-hmm. Where she kind of walks over to like Domina.
Beowulf will turn as the, I guess, lady walks past him. As he turns around, he'll mumble something that she'll be able to hear. He's like, I wasn't aware they're allowing the mentally unstable in court.
Oh, you'll see her just chuckle a little bit too. She's trying to stifle it a little bit just to not be so obvious, but you'll be able to see her just kind of give a little giggle.
He'll walk over to Aloria, who I guess is waiting for him.
Yep.
Show me the way before I snap somebody's neck.
Trust me, I was about to post him to a pyre.
As you pass by, one of the guards goes, "You talk about Altir?"
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry. As you look up at the guardsman above you, don't worry. It's who you suspect. You just hear this collective.
Lowering the crossbows.
Yes. Wow. Reputation earned, apparently.
Mission pass, respect plus.
Respect earned.
Yeah, they're like snap their neck and they're like, hold up, we're the guards and there's the princess in here, the queen in here. Hold up.
I did say him. I did say him, not her.
No, he said before I snap someone's neck. That's what he said.
Oh.
And then the guard was like, Altir? And it's just like, yeah. So, okay.
I can imagine, like, this whole scenario, like, full of just some horror monster just staring with intimidation at this man. All, like, 34 guards that are on the walls watching these nobles are, like, taking fucking bets on the side of the wall.
You know what I imagined? You know what I was imagining? If y'all ever seen Batman Begins, the fucking Christian Bale one, when Scarecrow gets injected or when he breathes his own crap and he starts seeing Batman as like this fucking demon, that's kind of what I was envisioning.
Oh man.
Yeah, so Phil and I are just gonna go to
50 on the beast to kick his teeth in.
We're just gonna go to the Citadel.
So I want to add to that picture. It's funny that, they mentioned seeing me and all, because I haven't yet turned the outfit inside out. I'm still wearing that very gaudy white winter coat.
Yeah.
So I am not hiding by any means. The fact that you see me is not a surprise.
Yeah,
I'm just holding the hand of this small bead. It's great.
Yeah. It's very open about that. But Lily and Domino, you guys can either enter into the castle, either later, or follow them to where they're going. You were invited, I do believe, by some of them saying that they were going to the hearings or the court building, which is just across the way, and a couple of them seem to be leaving the gate. So if either one of you wants to secretly follow them, message me, or if you want to openly follow them, let them know. You're not secluded into the castle. You're able to roam about. You are people. So
we are live.
You are live. You
Oh
may
my God.
be labeled as NPCs, but right now you're living people.
So far, the ones that have split off are Fel, Alora, and Arya.
I do believe Arya and Stolen are going towards the court building.
I'm pretty sure me and Shadow and Elenan also had one other place to go, so we probably.
Goodness gracious, I have to turn everybody up today.
Hi.
That's typical
I
for
should
small
always
bean,
be
though.
at 200.
Yeah, she's permanently at 200.
Don't worry. When we finally get together at some point, we'll just make sure we get her a louder microphone.
Get her a little megaphone.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm ready for that.
Well, she wasn't officially invited to join them when they were leaving.
No, but when does that really stop you from doing anything?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But she also doesn't really care much for the Well, she might care a little bit about the court proceedings, but not with active interest. Maybe to... Where's Fel going again?
I don't believe...
Paladins.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, they're going to the Paladins of the White King.
But you don't know that. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't know that, I guess.
I can invite her.
You could. Do you want to?
I guess I would...
Sure.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll join.
All right. Domina? If you want to follow someone secretly, you can message me, or if you just want to blatantly follow the person, I'll leave it up to you. You know.
I'll DM you.
All right. You'll DM me. All right. So we have, we'll say, group C that goes to the court is, it's Stolen and Arya, correct?
Yep, I think just us two.
Yep.
Elinan is doing what the fuck ever. I'm sure he's told no one. So Elinan is group E. Escape. Sorry, and then Shadow and Neoma are, let's just go see whatever's out here.
Off to see a lizard.
Off to see a
lizard. Wonderful lizard of something.
Yeah. Yeah. Off to see
Wonderful
a lizard.
lizard of bogs.
And then we have Valoria, Felwolf, and Lily. Am I missing anybody else that's heading to the Paladins? I don't believe I am.
I think you got it.
All right. So the individuals that will get there to their destination first, of course, is going to be Group C to the courthouse. As you enter into this massive building, all over it are what seem to be statues of warriors, knights, plaques of names, somewhat of this external appearance of a monument to the Battle of Whitewater. Names of soldiers that had died, statue in the front depicting an even grandiose visage of the late King Whitewater. As you enter into this entry with these large open doors, this oddity meets you. Mixed crystals of blues and whites fill the floor, trimmed in what seems to be metal bands, tiles almost. As you peer down below, it seems to darken almost with this distance. White pillars streak up from certain sections, holding up the floors and massive ceilings above you. Chandeliers of glass or crystal hang from the ceilings. Boy, what do you want?
I'm sorry, God. I didn't mean to disturb you.
Lord.
What?
Boy.
Just bring God of War into this.
The Lord is describing his universe. Well,
I can't believe I honestly don't think I've ever experienced tilt from two different avenues at once. I'm literally getting fucking bullied in Discord and bullied in Twitch chat. Like how does that happen?
That's new.
That's just. I got a lot of it at the beginning of the campaign too. All right, I just passed it off to you. He's your target. I can
It's just your turn now, Spaz.
I've always been bullied from day one. What do you mean?
Like I
Yeah,
said,
he didn't know what wood was. He got called mommy.
Yes, exactly. Mommy is the one that is persistent for some fucking reason.
Yeah, because in terms of social conversation, my AC is higher.
What?
Not wrong.
It's harder to get reactions out of Fel. That's essentially what he's saying. So nothing sticks. If you don't react, nothing will stick.
A Simtex will stick.
Yep.
Stemtex?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, sticky grenades.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure I heard what I heard.
These white marble pillars streak up from the floors towards the ceiling, holding it aloft. Crystal chandeliers dot the ceiling. Large murals span the walls of this massive hall. The interior of this building seems to be fixated around a shape of a dome. As you can see, the curving halls that bend around a large central room. The building itself externally doesn't seem to show that this is the room that it is focused towards. That as you approach, hearing a cascade or this orchestra of voices hollering, yelling, screaming at each other in forum. As you enter into the room, there are hundreds, if not a couple thousand people in here. Many of them yelling over each other down towards a lowered pulpit. What?
What?
Pulpit.
Bless you.
Oh, okay.
Like
Sorry.
a podium?
A podium. It's a pulpit. It's a place where the podium is. It's a pulpit. Jesus fuck.
Okay, sorry, I'm simple.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me take away the elegant
Like the
words.
thing people stand at when they talk.
Puppet.
Puppet. Yes.
Puppet.
Pulpit. Hey, pulpit. No, pulpit or a podium. It is sunken into the ground, in which all of these seats in this circle room aim down at it. There are no seats behind where the podium stands to keep majority, if not all, of the
What I was thinking.
all of the individuals that are there staring down directly towards the face or some angle of the face of whoever is speaking. You will notice there's no one down there. They are all just yelling and screaming at each other across the halls and the small aisles that weave themselves between the seats. As they're hollering and yelling as you enter in, one person begins to approach the podium. And like a spell being cast across the crowd, silence drops as one person stands there. The individual seems to be an elderly gnome of some kind, as a stool is dragged out from underneath the podium as they stand onto it, being able to peer over the podium. The individual is wearing a slightly tilted hat, blue in color, a trimmed mustache that somewhat curls towards the end, pointed nose, and big brown eyes. Oh, and as they kind of look about everyone, they go, well, at this point, we're going to have to come back tomorrow or later this evening. I need an A for this evening or a nay for tomorrow. A? As you'll hear a few people scattered throughout say A. Nay! As a majority of the people begin to shout nay. Good. Then tomorrow we will be meeting in regards to a subject more than likely to be brought to our attention by Her Highness Lady Whitewater. After that, the normal proceedings will take place. We will talk about the flooding of basements in the residential district in the northern half of Whitewater, and then we will begin to discuss either raising the income for soldiers or maintaining it. Any other topics to be brought up, please place them within the please have at least 5 other members of the court place some sign and place it within the binding upon the wall exterior of this room. That is going to be the court for this evening. So Sebastian has some words before we leave here today, as the only one able to understand anything that happens here. Please give him your full attention. Fuck you, Trevor! As he just kind of smiles and just steps off the stool and tucks it back in, as everybody begins to yell once more as Sebastian walks up, as you watch him actually once more cast silence. As everybody then throughout the room is unable to speak, as you hear nothing. And then into your head, you hear his voice. Today's proceedings were extraordinary as usual. Tomorrow there will be discussion presented to you by Her Lordship personally. I request that you do not keep your same behavior. As the voice begins to tilt slightly and twist within the mind, as you'll see everybody just kind of sit up slightly. Still no noise. Remember, you're all here as representatives of yourselves and many others. Please be respectful. As you'll see underneath the massive tentacles on his face, a smile somewhat peek from the edges, and you'll see the gnarled yellowed teeth underneath. And a lot of people begin to gather up their stuff and nod. This court is adjourned. As he begin to quickly leave the room, as then you'll see him move his hand as the spell will drop, and you'll hear the thundering footsteps exiting from multiple doors of this large courtroom. And you just see Sebastian put his hand on his head. There's a lot of chatter about things. Sewage, waste management, others talking about gathering together towards the resort on the southern end of town. Many of them mostly talking about harvests before the next snow hits, other things like that. A lot of just yabbering between everybody. The group of people here did consist majority of humans of varying sexes, but other races were here: elves, halflings, dwarves, half orcs, a couple of even extreme races as tieflings, and you see one avian type individual as they also exit from another door. There were menagerie of races in the room, all of them yelling and shouting over each other, none of them really showing air quotes noble dignity, mostly of trying to get what they want across. Eventually, once the final individual leaves the room, Sebastian and the gnome are all that's left standing in there at the very bottom towards the podium. As just Sebastian's leaning on the podium. Trevor, I'm glad that they're not going to be back later today. There are lots of guests. Oh, guests. Hello! Come down. Come on. Sorry, you missed out.
I'll walk down. I think it's probably for the best that I did. I don't think I could hear anything anyway.
Yeah, they sure were rowdy, weren't they?
They get things done. It just takes a few
I'm surprised
weeks.
anything gets done then. If not for you, then I don't know how.
I mostly use that to ensure things stay quiet when there is a speaker. When there is not pandemonium. Though the cascading voices have nothing on the thaumaturgy-like voices they can propel from their face. So things you're wishing to understand? Or were you wanting to have your ears bleed?
I was more so just curious how Whitewater operates, but...
Well, as you saw, none of them are nobles. They don't earn an income from sitting here. So, other people end up paying them for interests. They spend their time here pushing forward agendas of people that are willing to pay the money. That's pretty straightforward on who they represent by what they desire to have done. Though there are certain issues in which they are forced to meet on that they are not paid for. Budgets for military, expenditure for community construction. Mostly what they vote on for that is who gets to build it. Any other time, they complained about housing, which allows us to understand. Look, it's Chachi. Hi, Chachi.
Chachi! Hello!
Most of the time, it's related towards businesses, residential things that nobility would normally disregard. I will state it doesn't always work. There's been constant plans to build another bridge. The funds have been raised, though no one can agree on who to build the bridge, so the bridge is not being built until they can agree. So the funds are just sitting there. Things get done, things don't get done. The more important is the faster and the sooner the docket. It's the least amount of desire, the unlikelihood in which things get done. Thank you for the gifted sub, Old Man Silver. Welcome, Killing House.
Fucking say it.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome.
Welcome.
Are there specific questions? Like, was this policy in place when the War of Whitewater happened? Is that know of what your concern is?
I know it wasn't in place.
I would say it was more than likely the spark, as it was the people's turmoil that continued to drive the armies forward. Was it until a good section of the war passed before Lady Whitewater was found? So she just preferred the people to decide where things go, how things work. Though she does appear to make suggestions or push forward her own agendas on things, you could tell how that goes. widely accepted each and every time. She hates it. She even tried putting forward people having to wear buckets on their head every other day. Almost half of them agreed. So she made sure and put in the system about having a series of other court members have to sign your proposal for discussion. And over the past few years, it's gone up. I heard that.
I had a hiccup, sorry.
Sounded like a scoff in the laugh.
Yeah.
That was a hiccup.
I just got a mix of emotions right now. The news about the people having control kind of made her frown, but the fact that Lady Whitewater almost made them wear buckets on their head got her to chuckle a little bit. I suppose that is likely for the best, though. I also would have liked to have seen that.
Well, I'm glad it didn't. My features do not look well under a bucket. As he kind of pads his face as the tendrils shake a little as he touches his cheeks and stuff.
Harry's gonna reach up and just kind of hold her chin a little bit. I think you could pull it off.
Have to be a slim bucket.
There'd be bucket fashion. I'm sure.
Some people could wear like those barrels you churn butter in. Something like that would work. Probably work.
It'd probably kill someone's neck.
It would certainly be a bit of a pain.
I'm just imagining Minithil one. Oh, that'd be terrifying. He'd probably wear two, one in each one. Well,
how do you get them to all agree?
I got to get them to agree on anything. Forcing them to do anything defeats the purpose. Lady Whitewater rarely steps in here asking for anything. People adore her, though.
How do they all agree on it, then? If one of them pushes something forward, then why would the others accept?
It's not an all or nothing. The majority. There are some things that are all or nothing. War, exterminations of certain diseases, executions. All of them even agreed at one point for a strange statue to be built and then tossed deep in the sea off the coast somewhere.
They all agreed on that?
Yeah. Though there was like 5 people in the court that day, so I mean,
what kind of statue was it?
I don't know. I really wasn't paying attention. I told them the limited budget was 500 gold pieces, and they had a statue made, roughly the size of a person, and they tossed it off a naval ship out in the ocean.
Interesting.
That is very odd.
It was
Weird.
7 years ago. A heavy blizzard hit Whitewater that day, so no one really wanted to leave their homes, and there was supposed to be a meeting for the court that day, and they showed up. It wasn't officially cancelled, and they held their own meeting. And so...
Do you know who it was that proposed it?
Very odd thing to propose.
Very.
Whichever do you remember? No. Davidson. I'd say check with David. He's been here longer than me. Maybe he made it that day? If anyone probably would know, it'd be Davidson.
Is there anything
It was
else that
humanoid.
was odd in the past few years?
I don't really think so. There was a petition a couple of years ago to make more buildings like the one to the south of Whitewater, like that resort. They wanted to, they wanted spas and whatnot, and didn't really pass. Most of them agreed that one was enough, and if there should be more, then it shouldn't be a court thing. It should just be a business thing.
I see.
A few years ago, they attempted to get Lady Whitewater to become queen again. Actually showed up and told them no. There was, I think it's 10 years ago, there was a petition to make every house in Whitewater white.
That is certainly odd.
It was during a lot of the reconstruction and whatnot, so it was denied because white's very difficult to keep clean.
Of course.
Water's not clean. So a lot of it would have been yellow by this point. There was a petition to turn the paladins into the city guard. Though it passed, the paladins refused the role and opted to just have knights on patrol in Whitewater, not able to arrest anyone. Essentially just hold them there until the official guard arrived.
Of course.
The people were comfortable with that. The paladins were viewed as rebuilders or local heroes mostly. So they didn't want to overstep bounds. They're not here to rule. So
do you know if there's records held here for the citizens of Whitewater?
Are you meaning like books or like records of communications, things being said?
Records of names for housing purchases or any requests
Clerical
that were made?
office, city clerics. Yes. There is one here. The court transcripts are all written by hand by me.
If it's okay, do you remember a couple of names? If one of these pops up, would you be able to know if they've been here?
Maybe. Like a resident of Whitewater or...
A resident of Whitewater. Or maybe somebody who is petitioning something. You said that you keep the records.
Sure, yeah. I keep the petition records in here as he kind of points towards his head.
She'll kind of fiddle with her hands a little bit. The first name is Levi.
Okay.
Aiden.
Okay.
Abigail.
Okay.
Isaac.
Okay.
Colm.
All right.
Murray.
All right. Are you? There's a lot of names. Are you looking for like a family altogether?
No. They would be. They would be around my age, if not a few years older or younger. Marie would be younger, but the others older.
Don't have any records of. I don't. Hold on. You'll see him cast a spell. As his eyes will glaze over quick for a moment. Eventually his eyes will return. You'll see the small pupil in the pearlescent eyes. Does not look like anyone has residence here of those names. Do you have a year? Area of town? Station?
It'd be after the war. But I don't have a specific year, no.
So that's everything we have in records. I didn't see anything. And anything further specific would take time.
Do you know of an adventuring party of 7 knights?
What's the party's name?
She'll turn to Stolen. Do you remember the group's name that was in Auditory?
Was it the group we fought?
It was the group that we were going to fight. I don't remember getting their name.
I don't remember. Well, wasn't the group that the Rose Knight was with, was it?
No.
It was just a completely different group.
It was a completely different group.
Make me a history check, because you were told the name.
We were told the name?
You were, yeah. Make me a history check.
Alright.
The announcer said it.
No.
14. It was the Wraiths.
Ah.
Wraith. Okay.
Not very subtle. An adventuring group called the Wraiths.
Never. I don't normally deal with adventuring parties. Mostly governmental or bureaucrat stuff. Minithel enjoys the games at the arena. Though I doubt with a suspicious name such as that, I don't think they would appear here in Whitewater.
I'm assuming that you wouldn't have heard of Lensa, Viesa, or Liroth, and those would be names that you'd probably be looking out for.
Well, I mean, other than the obvious.
Okay. Well, I think that answers everything that I can think of. I was just concerned if maybe one of them was here.
One of One of them? Or any of the individuals you've asked?
Both.
I hope some of them aren't here. Be very bad.
I would hope so too.
The others, they could be anybody. I mean, I'm positive you might walk down the street and find anyone named Mary. If the individuals, you'll see him slightly glance down towards Trevor and then back at you. That you should be worried about. I highly doubt any of them could ever find their way into Whitewater. Whitewater has found itself many precautions to keep out certain riffraff.
Of course.
Though some riffraff is an exception. As he'll smile softly towards you.
She'll start to smile back.
Storm will smile back too.
You.
Why are we smiling?
Give you permission. If you wish to show her, Stolen, you'll see him look down quickly and then back at you. She's trustworthy enough, I think.
I would agree. I was
Sure,
actually
something she should and probably would like to see.
Yes, the flooding you were talking about earlier in the northern Whitewater, is that
Not
anything
related. Cliff wall supposedly buckled slightly, allowing some water to seep into lower basements and floors of subterranean structures. The wall itself is going to be fixed natural causes. No magic involved. I searched. Just glaciers mounting probably further up into the mountains. So different water flows.
I see.
Happens water running against rocks. Eventually they erode. So druids are constantly needed. But we have our fair share of enough that area just seem to get less attention. But there should be a way to get there from the courthouse. I would say follow the figures as he looks down once more and back at you.
I'll give a nod in understanding. Looking over back to Arya and then looking around for a second. It's still just the four of us at this point.
Trevor is there. Trevor, with me, please. If you excuse us, I have to go write today's transcripts. So he looks at his hands as they slightly begin to shake as he walks off.
Can I do an insight check on that?
Yeah, go ahead, sure. Probably get in mind that it's a lot of writing, and he's not really looking forward to it.
I see.
Normally, a transcript is the records of anyone who is speaking, and there were a couple thousand people there, and he has to write and transcribe all of it.
Damn.
So he's about to write a book.
Yeah, that is some hand cramps in the future.
Yeah.
I can tell.
His hand pre-cramped. It was like, I
know what's coming. I don't want it.
Nice. And as Trevor and the rest go away, he'll look over you, Arya, and say, you don't need to breathe, right?
No.
I think I've gotten that before, right? Perfect. And Stolen's just going to be like, follow me. And then he's going to... it was said that there's some sort of statues he would follow, right?
If this is sensitive information, we might want to stop by. There's a magic shop here, right? Somewhere where we could keep prying eyes away, so to speak. Remember Hawk's warning?
Yeah, I remember that warning, but you should probably just run it by me one more time, just so I know we both know it.
Oh my god.
You'll see her kind of pinch her nose a little bit.
Classic Stolen.
People who we have been annoying, so to speak, have ways of seeing us regardless of where we are.
Oh, I do remember what you mean.
Stolen,
now.
make
I
me a
see.
history check with advantage.
Gotcha. Nice.
You were drilled this by your. This was drilled into you by your father. The only way you would have failed this was with a 1 or a 2. This was drilled into you by your father. Where you're going, no prying eyes can find you, for there is flowing water.
Well, Arya, I think we should be good for where we're going for right now. So, and you are right. There is some sensitive information coming up ahead. So, make sure not to say anything, I guess, until I've given you the okay, if that's all right.
She'll raise an eyebrow but nod.
All right. Well, if you'll follow me, and he'll put his arm out.
She'll take it.
Nice. All right. And Stolen will just follow whatever statues he was told about.
You'll follow the statues. You'll follow the statues. Eventually, Arya, you begin to catch on that the statues he's following, all of them seem to be holding some sort of jug. But eventually, he comes across one that is has the jug tipped, and you'll see water pouring from the statue's jug onto the floor, but not flooding the floor. You'll see Stolen bend over and twist the stone platform underneath it as it will lift up slightly. He'll look around, pull it off, and gesture you into the hole.
Just this way, Arya.
Well, okay then. Does it look like there's a ladder or anything like that?
No.
Just a hole.
Just a hole.
I'll go ahead and jump in.
As you jump in, immediately your body is submerged in water. You'll see above you as you enter in, it's a small tunnel. As you drop through, you'll see Stolen fall in and him holding on to what seems to be a handle, the piece of stone above, twisting it back into place. Will slide down with you. And that's where we're going to take our break. We're going to have a 15 to 25 minute break. Allows us to get up, get water, drink, pee, whatever. Allow us to refresh and come back. We suggest that you guys
drink pee.
There was a pause. It allows you guys to go. Well, I suggest that you guys go and do the same. It is going to be another probably 3 to 4 more hours. Whole another half of this episode ahead, and wake yourselves up. Coffee. It's a lot of talking. So there's no slaying in Whitewater currently. So we'll get there. You can make fun of Spaz in the chat.
Angry orc noises.
Yeah, angry orc noises.
Your
bloodline.
You can make fun of Spaz during the intermission.
Yeah, remember, mommy.
Yeah.
Shut.
We'll just we're gonna go ahead and head out and do that. We'll be back 15 or 25 minutes as usual. Thank you guys for being with us this long. We'll be right back. Da 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 da.
Ah!
Yes. Sorry for the longer break.
Hmm.
More people means more yapping. More fun.
Yep.
And more suffering on my part.
Yeah. Too bad that doesn't go into the recording, so no one gets to
Too
experience
bad.
it. See, at this point, for those of you that aren't normally with us, we do a recap of the first half in case some people were not here to experience it. So I'd like all participants to roll me a d20. Look at that!
Natural
Natural
20.
20.
I'm going
And a
to
19. Yeah.
I'm going to annihilate your bloodline, Don. I swear to God.
Look at
I'm gonna
all of these
natural
good
20.
rolls just down the
Twenties.
trash. All right.
That for ciphering the text.
Oh my god.
All these rolls that
See, calling him mummy works, so it gives him that crit on stuff he doesn't need.
Fuck all of you.
Yeah.
Force your credit.
Watch him get bad rolls. You won't know what is again.
All right. I'm missing two. We have two guests. They've been here for the first half. They can do that.
Oh.
They can roll.
Yeah.
They can roll.
Yeah.
Were they paying attention? Probably not, but
Our guests, these
I know
characters.
Zeph's not.
What?
yeah, exactly.
I'm not, you want me to roll this? Okay.
Yeah. D20.
Not even paying attention.
5.
There we go. All right. Let's see what I get. Got a 7.
It ain't fucking me.
It's not me.
You rolled the number
Hold
right
on.
on.
Nope,
All
that's
right.
Shadow.
Shadow's right
Yeah.
on.
Twilight, right on the money.
Yeah.
Well, it is
Wow.
Zim.
Yeah.
Roll the 5.
Indeed.
There he is.
So, through this episode, not much really had happened other than a lot of character introduction. We got to meet a lot of the nobles and royals from other cities and dominions around the west, and more or less get acquainted with how they look and how they act. Shadow had a short conversation with Master Hawk, as well as after that conversation was had by a lot of the nobles and Fel and a few of the others, before everybody split their different ways and went off to go and do their tasks for the day, or whatever it is that they have planned currently. I cover everything important.
I mean, is everyone else satisfied?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
All right.
Nice chair noise, Star.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Thank you.
All right. So that we're gonna head over to
I think Boardroom should get a special shout out though, because my god, favorite character in this session.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We will go ahead and touch on the exploratory group. Shadow and Neoma. What are you guys doing? So you exit through the gates. You see the city before you across the bridge. So you follow the rest of the troop to the bridge. I believe if you follow them, you will end up at this point as they split off from you guys heading southward.
All right. Well, I need to find a particular lady in this town. And I believe she was the daughter of this Frost Knight.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, she was at a tavern, or going to be at a tavern of some sorts.
Hey, you want to roll me a history check?
I mean, I can. I don't want to get up, but like I will.
Wait a minute.
Normal roll, not disadvantage. There we go. That was a good history for you.
You were told the name of that individual that wielded the sword by the entity that you met in that extra dimensional plane. Do you recall?
I remember the extraterrestrial's name. I believe that was Komotes, the first frost dragon or blizzard dragon. It's where the Frost King in the north. I don't believe I have her name. Hold on. A lot of notes, but I don't.
You have the individual's name.
Do I?
Do you?
See?
If it's not in your notes, I can tell you because I'm sure you were told the individual's name that sword belonged to.
I have a name in here that I'm not sure is correct.
Are we talking about the sword that you found in the
Leukos
chest?
or something like that? I don't think that's right.
Wait, which sword are we talking about?
The broken sword, the one that the handle belongs to.
Yeah, that's the one that Klestak told us about. It's friggin' Talazul's sword.
With your history check, you're now watching an individual that goes by what name?
Lily?
Lily what?
Lily Azul.
She was introduced as Lily Azul.
Yeah, like I introduced myself as Lily Azul, but didn't also Fel recognize her by her full name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the Frost King's daughter. Oh.
Yeah. We witnessed that. We witnessed those two unaffiliated dots get connected.
I'm just sitting here watching, like, I imagine Mel's face, just being that lady that has the equations.
Yes, hold on. I'm gonna find that.
Oh, damn it.
Lunagon.
I was waiting. I'm just sitting here, like, waiting, like, waiting for you to say.
So, Shadow would approach. Then. Damn.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lily, was it?
Yes.
Shadow. Might we speak in a less public area?
She looks over at Fel and Alora. Could you guys give me a moment? Or do you want me to catch up with you later?
They can join, but I mean, looks around to the guards and everybody else.
She'll nod, and
We can take a room inside the keep.
I'll damage you. Sure.
Right.
And can you not? Like, she would kind of lead you to a place that's a little more out of the view from the guard.
All right. Well, first and foremost, we had some questions to ask, and, well, I suppose the hardest one is going to be this. He'll reach in and pull out the hilt of a sword.
Lily, you will recognize that hilt. That hilt. It is the weapon that when you were a child you remember your father having.
You would see her eyes like just widen as she kind of like not necessarily like snatches it in politely, but would kind of almost uncontrollably grab it or try to.
He wouldn't stop her, as he did hold it out open.
Where did you come across this?
Long story short, on a ship, in a chest full of broken blades and hilts and other parts.
The ship.
It was an auditore ship, but not just any in particular. It had a certain crew at the helm.
See her eyes kind of like directly focus on you. You're not even sure she's really blinking at this point, waiting for you to elaborate.
Vampires, specifically of wow, why am I blanking that name? I should not blank that name. Wow.
You can look at my name if you need some help.
Yeah.
Starts with a T.
Ends with an R.
The Turn-Terror family.
Would I have knowledge of this family?
Everybody does.
The Turn Terrors are famously known to be a family of vampires. They started the Whitewater War, which was the war in which your father went missing.
Yeah. Both my parents did. Okay.
Hey, mine too!
Hey! Twinsies!
Imagine still having both of your parents.
Gus didn't go missing because of the war. He saw his father. He saw him die.
I have like a little fucking clump going.
Look at it. I'm only
Welcome to
half
the orphan
orphan.
club.
Just D&D things, orphan clubs.
Yeah. I got to be reunited with my father for like 2 hours, okay?
Sonia, please, you cannot fucking hit me with the just D&D things.
Great.
Oh, that was too good. That was too real.
So you'll see her kind of grip the hilt like tightly, and kind of see her eyes move a little bit, like she's thinking of something, but she definitely recognizes what you're saying.
So, my goal was to reforge the blade.
That won't be an easy task.
Oh, I know. I've spoke with the spirit inside of the blade. It tells of how grueling it would be.
Beowulf.
Yeah!
Why?
You're getting
Ow.
you're getting these small moments from your sword where it's you'll get an audible into your head, and just like this almost glare towards Lily from your blade. Just focus.
Oh no. Did he turn into a Minecraft villager? Like, what the fuck?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. It's like he's constantly it's like he's arguing with himself, like, no, maybe.
You usually don't think this much.
A blade.
What of it?
Not different from me, it seems.
Another one of you. Can you tell what they were?
I mean, look at it. It's probably someone from the north. I don't know anybody from there, but I know that there are a few sent there. Massive elementals. beasts of glacier sizes. Let's see. For you, Lily, let me go ahead.
I will be saying that out loud, by the way.
Okay.
Are you just like talking to your sword out loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
The rest of the group's used to it at this point.
Well, I am at least. I don't think the rest of the group knows.
Neoma's never seen it, so she's.
I'm the only one that knows.
Shadow's just kind of accepted whatever Fel does at this point.
Neoma's just.
So,
confused on
it
many
looks
levels.
like I've been given some more additional information.
Oh?
As he just points to the object in hand. Our mutual acquaintance has just informed me of some additional information about that.
Art, she would be probably used to this kind of talking to your weapon thing, right?
Yeah,
like this would not surprise her.
You are aware of that kind of tradition. It is very common for heroic houses of the north to have sentient blades. So if you want to explain it or some things to them, if they do end up asking questions, I can explain it further. But I could.
Okay,
I'm
no, I was
gonna
just
type you
making
a small
sure this was
recap.
normal behavior. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, because I know how the blades forged and everything. I just didn't know if it was common for you to talk to them. But yeah, okay.
So it would seem that that blade still houses some sort of a rather large creature of glacial descent.
I can tell you exactly what it housed. I'm not sure how much is.
My
Should we have
blade
to kind
was
of-
fairly curious, is all. I do not want to wish to impose.
Would this be a closely guarded secret, Arch, or would it be pretty common knowledge?
The method of making it, like the actual physical method, is somewhat secret, though explaining what happens is not.
Okay.
Because that's like sitting there and explaining how a cell phone works and not explaining how it's made. There's a difference.
You'll see her kind of almost reminisce a little bit as she stares at the sword. She does make eye contact to you like throughout the explanation, but she is clearly very focused on the hilt itself. My father, he made this using the soul of an ancient white dragon. It was our custom to conquer the strongest thing we could and use it to power our weapons. Needless to say, my father was very, very adept at being able to do this.
Fel kind of like grabs gently Shadow's arm.
Yes.
And what type of creature did you just say that it was forged from?
An ancient white dragon?
He looks straight at Shadow.
Did I not mention this before? I swear this has come up. I've mentioned this.
But a sudden realization has just come over.
And that would be?
Back home.
Shadow looks at Fel. Yes.
He looks at his katana, then backs to Shadow.
Understood.
He just lets go of your arm. I do not know what process your father did but I have suspicions that we might have undergone the same process.
She'll look at directly at you, and the kind of you'll see her put the pieces in place as far as you were talking to your weapon earlier. Seems very likely. And you'll also see her still having the hilt in her left hand. She will pull out, she'll unsheath her own sword, not like a threatening way, and hold it out for you to see. And this is what you would see.
Oh, damn.
It's this beautiful blade, clearly made in an elven style, that has these white accents at the top, but the blade itself is just like a light blue, almost icicle design.
Philwolf has an idea. Now, I will state for the group effort here that whenever Philwolf has an idea,
it generally ends with something broken or blown out.
Or something really fucking cool happens, but
or that.
Yeah. No, I will not be grappling a sharkfish. But Philwolf will also draw his blade in a non-threatening way. Specifically, of course, his katana. Just for clarity's sake. And he will place the katana horizontally, handle in one hand and blade in the other, as he slowly puts the katana closer to her blade to the point where they barely just touch.
Oh, this could go greatly.
Does anything happen?
1 second.
Oh shit. I knew it.
1 second.
Oh my god.
Are we?
All the typing and the filling is great.
Oh my lord, what the fuck?
Clickety clackety, I roll to attack it.
They're almost touching tips.
I'm gonna break your back. Oh no.
Talk about a rated R discussion.
Right.
Lauren just looks a bit concerned as Fel approaches the sword.
I don't really have to approach. We're all within speaking distance.
Yeah. As the blades make contact, everyone there, I'm sure you've all experienced the sound of dry ice on metal.
Mm-hmm.
That sound immediately breaks out as the metal of the blade makes contact with this icy blade. As soon as it hits, there is that loud, searing noise of the metal somewhat flexing to the sheer frigid cold emitting from the blade. As I mentioned before, the blade itself does let off condensed air that is cold. As it does make contact, both your blades will go silent for a moment in that contact. Do you guys remove the blades from each other, or?
Velwolf just looks to her to see what her reaction is. As he says, these individuals are what were once individuals that are housed in our blade. I wonder if it's potentially possible if in contact they are able to speak with one.
Now, just to be clear, you're contacting her sword or the broken sword?
Her sword.
Her sword. Got it.
Has she heard of this before?
The swords communicating? No.
Okay.
Normally, warriors from the north, they don't fight each other. They fight monsters.
Yeah.
So, combat between heroes never happens.
Okay.
You do recognize the sound because when you cut into armored individuals, that is the sound your weapon makes. So you don't do stealth missions.
Oh, no, I am loud and proud.
Yes, we know.
Yeah, so I won't be startled by the sound, so I wouldn't really necessarily do anything physically.
The silence is somewhat eerie. You are used to hearing your blade's voice somewhat constantly, though it's not the most gentle of individuals.
I don't imagine so.
Mostly from the reason of how your weapon came about, it is definitely not kind to you. Though the sheer fact that it is now silent is it gives you some form of relief and worry.
After like a few moments, judging her reaction to what I just said, does she have anything to say or does she do anything?
She'll look a little thoughtful, but she'll kind of respond, "It's an interesting theory. My blade is made from a frostbitten colossus core. It's not exactly forthcoming of information, considering I slayed it."
You don't have as much of a bond.
No, it's not a partnership of choice for it.
For anybody who wants to know what a frostbitten colossus is, roll me either an Arcana check, Nature check, or I will allow a History check.
I will do history.
I'm gonna pull a nature. Oh, I'm at advantage 5.
I got an 18.
Well, let's see how this works.
Let's see, 19? 19 would get it, and so would an 18. So a frostbitten colossus is they're thought to be elementals far from the in the northern caps of Itis. Living cold. They are thought to be ancient elementals of some kind. However, there's only ever been one on Lagillon, and it's referred to as the moving glacier. So she essentially slew a glacier.
Okay. Respect.
And then took its deepest section, the core of that creature, and somehow turned it into this blade.
He will withdraw the blade after a few moments, allowing the conversation to happen, or potential conversation to happen. As he will once again put the blade horizontally to him, looking upon it. With only being in touching contact, not physical striking, is any damage done to any blade, either blade?
The section in which her blade, her weapon was touched, there is what seems to be heat scar. Though it does quickly heal over. You look on yours, there is this form of warped metal on the edge of your blade. It does seem to expand back out, but not completely.
Something just like a sharpening job would fix.
You would probably have to put some effort into unwarping your blade, or letting it warm up further. It does seem... are you proficient? You're not proficient in blacksmithing. Give me...
No, I'm a cook.
Yeah, give me an insight check, actually. Give me an insight check.
Okay. 16. Respectable.
Though your blade is finely made by craftsmen from your homeland, it seems the weapon is tailored. Your weapon is tailored more for use, while hers is tailored more for power.
So it's like strength versus dexterity.
Yeah. Your blade,
Okay.
if in further contact or if both weapons struck each other, you would surmise your blade would not survive.
Okay.
So whatever art form or blacksmithy or whatever happened in the crafting of her blade, the binding of the creature is much more powerful than what had happened to yours.
Okay. So he, after looking upon the weapons, judging any damages present, he would attempt speaking with his blade again.
That guy's an asshole.
Alright, we'll speak with him then.
I'm guessing you're having this conversation out loud again?
Yes, I will be.
Okay.
You're lucky. She's not.
She is not. Why is that?
That fucking thing hates her.
Is there anything should she be worried about?
I mean, it's a fucking sword unless it somehow magically stabs her. I doubt. Do you have... Should you be worried of me?
I'm not entirely worried, no.
I don't think she
As
should.
long as I allow you to fight, you generally seem pretty happy.
Yeah. Just don't... I don't want to fight that.
Okay. And he will basically relay everything that was just said. In pretty much exact words. He's not really going to stray from the truth.
For you, Lily, your blade speaks in feeling. It does not speak common, does not speak any tongue that you are able to. It does scream at you in what is essentially that same searing noise. But most of the time you get intent, and a lot of it's hostility.
Mm-hmm.
There are a few times where it does warn you of certain things, but that's very rare.
It's more like a self-preservation thing.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to die out here and be buried in the fucking snow forever.
Yeah.
Bitch, there's something coming. Things like that.
Okay.
There's something coming.
But if, like, there's a bandit that's about to murder your ass, he don't care. Or it don't care.
It don't
So now
care.
you have verification.
Yeah, I was like, well, I did already know that it hated me, but it is interesting to see that they can communicate. I haven't heard of that before.
Well, it depends on the bond. Like you, the creature that resides in mine is one that my clan had slain in ages past. This is a creature of battle. As long as I satisfy it with duels and bouts of battle, it generally is a very cooperative spirit.
That must be an interesting relationship.
He can be somewhat arrogant at times, but that's pretty much the severity of it.
And he's a perfect match for you.
I like to think I'm very caring and honest.
Oh, don't think I forgot about how you talked to the Platinum Katana. That's a match.
Well, I tend to learn from those around me. You often are a font of inspiration.
The lawyer will give a very devious grin.
And how long have you had your partnership?
Mine is, in a grand scheme, quite recent. This blade belonged to my father. He has recently passed. Being the first son, I inherited the blade, as well as leadership to the wolf.
Well, my condolences for your loss.
It is well, though, he lived a full life. He was able to bring honor to his family and pride to his people. His name was even known in the West, so I can't really judge him for his actions, though I wish he was a little bit more open with his plans to.
Well, at least you know what happened to him. You guys might have actually given me something. Well, you have given me something that I've been looking for a very long time. And she'll sheathe her weapon and look back at the hilt that you gave her.
Well, the good news is if that resides near here at some point, then the rest of the pieces must still be as well.
Oh,
No.
I know where the pieces are. Getting to them will be another story entirely.
Yeah, I only know of one piece, and I know that isn't a Tarrasque. Difficult to get to is putting it mildly.
Yes, that was the blade that I was worried about.
And if we don't get all the pieces reforged, the ancient white dragon soul in here will die. It can't be split forever. And I need to talk to it to figure out where my father is.
I can tell you I know where the gem for the pommel is, and the other shard. But after acquiring those two pieces, the last will be in the Tarrasque. And that should be in the Badlands.
Where are the other two pieces?
Well, if I remember correctly, it's in I have the Crimson Blade, the crystal in the pommel. So either it's in a Crimson Blade or it's attached to a Crimson Blade.
Oh, correction there. You've encountered the air quotes Crimson Blade. That was the blade in which you guys first found in Oasis in the room.
And our sodding brother has it now.
That was mentioned to be a different crystal.
A different crystal.
He said you came across one. One was in your proximity, and that's where that one. That's where it was. Though, I believe it was the other locations that weren't very forthcoming or able to determine about the other pieces' locations for the blade.
And the other one, I only have the general area. I was told of a forge master, Talazul.
Yes, that is my father.
I was told that the last shard remains with him.
Wasn't supposed to have it when he disappeared.
That is unfortunately what I know.
You clearly see her like thinking, like she's trying to order in her head. Okay, like her next steps at this point. Will you allow her to hold on to the hilt?
Currently, it does not matter if I hold the blade or you hold the blade. I was only seeking to return the blade to its former glory.
You have no idea what this means to me. And I am truly grateful.
Hashtag brownie points.
Yeah. You just earned major fucking brownie points. Like, this is what she has been looking for a very long time. Actually, she'll tell you that. She's like, I've spent 13 years trying to find my parents. This is the only thing I could think of a way of finding them. She'll as she kind of puts the hilts on her person, she will give you, or attempt, I guess, to give you a hug, like almost uncontrollably so, because she just.
I wouldn't really
Okay, like step away.
Hang on, personality, hang on.
Like, wait a minute.
How many times have I been stabbed by Hawk again? Hold up.
Roll me history. I could give you a rough estimate or the exact number.
You have that just on hand? That you have that data?
Yeah, I know what Hawk's done. It's for him to remember it or not.
Nope.
Rough estimate of a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
He might try to flinch away, but he'd let you do it. He does have a look of hesitation. There might be a trust thing going on.
Yeah, she'll kind of read that and be wary, but it does mean a lot to her, so she kind of almost couldn't control it at that point. And then she would pull back and ask, like, was there anything else you wanted to discuss while we were here?
I believe that was my part of what I wished to discuss. Fel, there was more, yes? Fel?
He's currently AFK.
Dad.
Probably pooping.
Perhaps.
Aloria? Question mark?
What was the question?
Wasn't there something else that we wish to ask Lily?
I don't.
I remember a lot happening on the ship, and I remember
This was the big thing. No, this was the big thing about Lily was we found this sword. Glestak told us about her, and basically now that this is like this is the next step of what happened since we talked to Glestak. This is it. It was the sword was the whole thing.
Okay. Okay, then.
Lori will kind of stroke her chin a moment and turn to Lily and say, "Do you even have the time to go searching for the fragments?"
Oh, I'll make the time.
Oh, okay. See, I read my notes wrong. I'll go over that now. Essentially, the front part of the blade was in the Tarask. The pommel was one of the crystals on one of the Crimson Blades, and the Forge Master Talazul was the only one, I believe, that was said by the Frost Dragon to be able to put it back together.
Yeah, except Talazul's missing.
Yeah.
If he is kin.
So yeah, he doesn't have the crystal blade. That was my mistake on that.
Lily, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Insight.
I have my coffee now. What do you want?
Wow.
Nothing. I answered the question for him.
Jesus fucking Christ! It's not even an insight-based character, and you're still rolling high.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Well, welcome.
As
I think
Shadow,
her druid's carrying over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a wee bit.
No, it's just Luna, I guess. At this point, every insight check will always be high for her.
Well, I know what our DM role is now.
Yeah.
Cursed.
As you begin to think about the information just given to you, how would this individual be aware of things such as where it is was rumors when you found out, but enough rumors led you to believe it to be fact where the blade section is, which was probably why your father ended up not carrying it into battle before. Because something like a Tarask would probably break a magical item.
Yeah.
But for him to know that the only person that can put it back together to be your father, and
That's very specific.
That's very specific. And he said something, and I do recall the exact, in close words, that the dragon said, or he said that only Tal Azul can reforge the blade. And now that begins to beg a question: is who is he?
Yeah. She will kind of give you this kind of raised eyebrow look of who told you about my father?
I thought I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation the first white dragon, also known as the Blizzard. What was his name? Comoetes?
Oh, you did mention that. I just didn't realize who it was.
I was kind of putting it mostly over the fact that you just seen the sword. Paying attention was out of the window at that point. You was like, oh fuck.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Kind of like if the Joker told the Batman why he does things like for real, and Batman's just like, oh.
And
you would know that is the name of the dragon that your father slew and embedded within the sword. Though you're not hearing that voice from the handle in which when you were holding it, you don't even feel as if the sword is active.
Where did you talk to this dragon?
Well, I grabbed the blade and I entered this sort of dream state, I guess would be a word for it. I don't know. It was this weird plane. And there it was before me, as bigger than a house. And we talked and spoke of things, where the blades could be found, how long he had been there, and this living dead god, Ilikos? I don't know.
Nioma, make for me a religion check.
Me?
Oh, I'm not babbling this time? Cool.
Okay, hold on, give me a second. I had something happen.
Is Nioma even there?
When he says that, as you say broken god, Nioma, go ahead and give me a religion check. As he said something about a broke, and you hear "but," and it just
that's not supposed to have
begins to
advantage,
drool
so.
over himself, essentially, as just nothing other than noise and mess comes forth. Aloria, again, you hear primordial, though the name still doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand the words that are being said.
You don't understand the words that are being said, but you know that the language is like if somebody were to put the primordial language into a blender and then just throw it out. It's all primordial, but none of it is organized to make sense.
It itself is backwards. Okay.
Yeah. 14. Neoma, as he says that, you'll feel lightheaded for a moment.
Oh god, here we go.
And then everything go back to normal.
Would Lily listening to Shadow talk about this plane that he visited, does that mean anything to her? Has she ever heard her father say anything about it?
Do you describe what the plane looked like?
Yes, it was this open plane with like stars and like constellations, I believe you said it was.
Lily, make me a religion check.
Okay.
Ooh, yay.
Damn, good rolls.
You're not even fucking proficient in it, but yeah. If you want, I can explain it to you vocally and you can inform them of what you know, or I can type it to you.
Just explain it vocally.
Right.
I think that'll be fun.
When you were younger, you were taught by the priests of the season in the north. Your father is what was called a warden of color. Your father was a warden of white. Your ancestors hail all the way back towards you won't go into further detail, but they hail back having been here before others came. Others you'll end up gesturing towards everyone else around you, except for Neoma. Back then, they worshipped what was called the colors. It was believed that the colors that you saw were parts of what made up everything in existence. Essentially, your ancient religion. So, to everybody else here, it sounds like her father would have been like the equivalent of a paladin of some sort, but of a different name. You technically are a paladin of blue. Though you don't brandish that title because it really doesn't mean anything. It's just like on the day in which you slayed the glacier and created your blade and returned, you're given a warden of some color. Normally it has to do with the creature in which you slayed and whatever element it was most akin to. And so yours was blue, mostly due to it being ice and water. Your father slew a white dragon, a creature of cold and snow. And so his was white and yours was blue. You don't really affect the snow, you affect things like water and ice. And so that's kind of where that distinction comes forth. What he describes to you, you will recount it to him, it's essentially a mural, a room, kind of like cave art, where the stars around you were painted as if where you stood was Itis. And yet Itis and no moons existed in the sky. All there were colors of mixed stars. And what he describes to you reminds you of that. The room in which you are anointed color.
Okay. Was I taught? I wasn't taught any name for this place, though.
You do know that it is. I will pull it up here real quick. Make sure I give you the right name. That it is in. Oh no, that's. Why did you do that to me? How dare you? I'll have to pull it up here then. You are in order from on the map. There it is. Yep. It is from. It is located in Graniter. I will spell it out for you in the chat. Which is the furthest east of the in the Northern Commonwealth. No, west. Sorry.
And that's where I was anointed?
Yeah.
Okay.
The place it's called is the Dome of Color. That is just its name.
Okay.
Nice Power Ranger reference.
That's the first thing that popped in my head.
In Power Rangers.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. But I'm not familiar with wardens being to this plane that they're describing.
Wardens to you and to most people these days it's more of like an honorary title. Think of it as how an orc goes and earns their name or whatever like that, or a warrior goes and earns a title, a knight accomplishes a feat. You become a warden of a color when you slay a monster and become a member or become a hero or a hero's house. Your father was white, you were blue. It's kind of like you do it to keep homage, or my parents were in the military kind of thing. It's more of an honorary title than meaning anything. You didn't pay attention, since I won't go into further since you aren't proficient in it. You didn't really pay attention to any religious aspects when you were mostly because what happened during your life. You earned it, you know the reference to it, and you've seen it before, and you know it's related somehow to whatever a warden is. So it could make sense to some degree.
Okay. She would ask Shadow then, did it mention where my father is?
I believe I asked the dragon about your father. I do not believe it knows where your father is or whether he's alive or not.
And you said it used the phrase, only Talazul can reforge this? Or did he say the?
Well, I remember writing notes down while I was in there, so let me pull out my actual character notes. Shadow will pull out his book.
Yeah.
And retrace in there. Is it there?
I will give it to you on this one. I do recall you writing in your notes. Though it is scratched, though it is scratch to whenever you refer to any of the broken god or anything like that. But your conversation with the dragon is written in legible writing. It did say.
I have a mind to do this.
It did say, only Tal Azul can reforge the blade.
Ah, yes, here it is, right here. I remember writing this down. While I was in this dreamscape, this realm, plane, as it were, unsure, I did take some notes, and I would share with her the book.
She would definitely intently try to read through it, maybe sometimes giving a little bit of a face, trying to figure out what a letter is or something, trying to decipher your handwriting, but she will look through it. Is there anything in those notes that jump out at me other than what they've already told me?
That it references the exact story that you recall your father telling you as an infant about how his sword came to be. I do believe you were told about how the dragon was slain. Correct, Mel?
That is correct.
It speaks about how it offered your father a deal, saying, I would allow you to place my soul within a blade as long as you were to use that blade to slay I think it was the first comet or the first fire, the first ancient red dragon. And you know that your father did because when you were growing up, its head was mounted on the wall. Not really mounted on the wall, as its face was still the fireplace. As he told you that story, you know that him hearing this would mean either he's had to have met your father or he spoke with the dragon somehow.
Yeah, it's verified information. There's nobody else that have this specific tale.
Yeah.
The piece locations we've covered, you said there was one in a sword you encountered already? In Oasis?
Yes.
With exactly what those notes reference, isn't that there is and it jumbles up inside the sword Talas were made. There is another of these jumbled mess on the hilt of the crimson blade. You know, being a weaponsmith, the crimson blade is not your father's blade. You don't know what crystal it's referencing. You've never seen a crystal on your father's blade. So this could be to do with something else altogether, or could be it could be related to maybe a way to find your father. Could be what the dragon needs to be whole again. What its purpose is, you're not entirely sure. Whatever this thing is.
Okay. It's basically just like a shopping list of materials to do something.
You do see written in the notes that Shadow writ in there kind of a personal note. Find and collect these and sign return here. Because
with a plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are not differential to magic. You know of it, which you are aware no one plane jumps. Those people go missing. And somehow he traveled to another plane and came back.
And he's supposed to do it again when he has these materials. Okay.
I heard that from Mel.
Shut the fuck up. He's like, oh god, I just got plane ship to survive. Did it? We're all sitting here waiting. Oh, I'll just wait about another 10 minutes when we go talk about the other guy who fucking plane shifted.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. So, her directive at this point would be to find these pieces as well, right?
Sorry, repeat that.
Like her next objective would be to find these pieces now.
Could.
Right?
Roll me an insight check, actually.
Okay.
Let's see where this character goes. You get to drive it.
Hello, Belial. Thank you for the hydrate.
Oh, great. I sent someone on a rampage. Cool.
A rampage through Oasis? Yeah, that's probably not a bad thing.
Well, the sword isn't in Oasis anymore.
Yep.
I mean, that doesn't mean we can't take Khan's shit anyway.
Fel and Mel will tell you. Fel and Mel will tell you one thing: wherever this lady goes, it will be in trouble if it fights against her.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Luna also sent me a message going, "Damn, I forgot some of this stuff."
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no. Whenever I looked at the character sheet again after all this time, and I looked at like the weapon stats, I'm like, oh.
She's more connected to her blade than Fel is with his, so there is that significant power difference too.
I figured as much.
Wait a minute. Was this the lady with the airship?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Now you remember this?
Yes.
Bruh.
Oh.
Airship?
I'll give a very tiny brief. I'm not going to go into any details. Don't worry, Arch. I'm not going to ruin
That's
anything. This is the same lady that broke my Artificer Wiggum's legs, okay? Luna, you're playing the same character who broke Wiggum's legs.
Hell fucking yeah.
I will say this is the first individual. This is the first character in her original concept that any of the players ended up having the hots for, and because of that, ended up bringing her to a battle that she brought a decisive victory in. Because they brought her. And it went from being a fuckfest to being like dry erase board.
Less of one.
So the 17 insight. You doubt that hunting for every single one of these will lead you to all the pieces of the sword. Though if you look for them, it may be able to get you in contact with the dragon. It's either do that, find a way to get there to wherever the dragon is by somehow going to another plane, or fighting the Tarask for the other piece.
No.
You start to seriously consider the idea, like,
Can I call it harass?
I know. Okay. She'll kind of she'll address you again, and after it looks like she's been kind of thinking for a bit, she's like, I have a lot to consider. But I'll definitely want to talk more about this as you stay in this, as you stay in Whitewater.
Well, we'll definitely be here for a while.
I look forward to it.
Promise the dragon I would at least try to put him back together. Although I made no such promises to being able to do such. So, hopefully, I can help.
Did he tell you where I was at, or did it just happen to be that your group ended up here?
I believe he actually did tell me she was going to Whitewater.
No, it wasn't the dragon. The dragon didn't tell you. It was Kleztak.
Kleztak told you she usually frequents here when she comes down from the north.
Kleztak is
I feel
the
like
one
the
that
dragon
told
told me
us all about the
something,
dungeon.
though, about
The
a
dragon
spawn.
told you some bullshit about the unbroken god, and he told you where the pieces of the blade were. He did not tell you about Lily or Talazul. Or no, he did tell you about Talazul and him being the only one being able to forge it, but Kleztak told us everything else.
There is another reason why we came here, of which you will learn very shortly, since you're, for what I assume now, a steadfast ally. So long as you follow us to our next location, you'll learn everything.
Well, that is what I intend to do.
Though I don't know whether or not you're prepared to hear it.
I've often learned that we don't really get that choice most times.
That is a very true statement. Shall we?
She'll nod, and this she kind of has like a weird, like, it's not quite exactly like overly hopeful, but it's a development that's happened. So she's kind of got this little bit of a pep. I would say pep, but like this little spring in her step. Yeah, she's there's finally
Forward progress.
Yeah, it's forward progress. So she's got a little bit of a more momentum in her walk.
An enlightened mood.
Yes.
Inspired and resolved.
Lily, this is a weird request.
Oh?
As I was going to be the one to restore that blade, I had the intent on using it to help with means in improving the lands as they were. Since you will be the one continuing to hold on to the blade and probably the one to take it, as it is your right, would you in turn be willing to grant me a weapon in helps of restoring that blade and helping find your father?
We'll see her kind of ponder for a moment. Arch, what would we say? What would she?
Luna, how do you feel towards this group?
I don't really know them that much yet, but I feel like she's definitely already got a positive, ish inclination towards these guys. But she would probably want to still measure kind of what they do before agreeing to make something. But I feel like she would also listen to what the dragon would say and what she would hear all the information before she would make such a decision. She knows the power the sword can have, and in its wrong hands, she wouldn't want to bestow that on the world.
He's asking for you to give him another weapon in its stead. So not that blade in particular.
Yeah.
How does I'll go ahead and roll me a I would say with the aid and the fact that they're in your better graces than most people, go ahead and roll me a persuasion with advantage. Shadow, go ahead and do that.
Best skills?
Advantage.
Okay. Persuasion.
$18. Do you think that she would be willing to make a blade out of a creature they bring her?
Yes, I think that would be
You can
acceptable
present them
because
with
of her
that.
ways. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She would nod and explain. If you fell a creature and bring them to me, I will consider that a measure of your worth. So, if you want a better weapon, that's you have to bring me a better creature. And she would kind of explain that was how you proved that you were able, in her eyes, to deserve such a weapon of whatever caliber.
Would it inherit the spirit of said creature, just like the white dragon?
Yes. That is how the process works. It would house the creature. The relationship between you and the blade would be entirely dependent on your relationship with the creature and what kind of creature it is.
Now for a more meticulous question. I am good with blades, yes, but I am best with a bow. Would that be an issue?
No.
No, I could make a weapon that suits your needs specifically.
Fair enough.
Maybe we should have kept those scales from the ethereal dragon.
He said that loud.
Do you say that out loud?
Did you say that out loud? Did you say that?
Lily, they would need the entire body of the dragon.
Yeah, there'd be two reactions to this. One, huh? Ethereal dragon. Does she know anything about those?
Those creatures or ethereal creatures hail from the windy mountains in the east. You don't see them. You've heard of them. They're not very combat oriented. They're more of the thinkers of the mind than monsters of a battlefield. They're not creatures to hunt. They're more like you would probably sit down and have a drink with them kind of difficulty. But compared to what you face, it's not really much of a threat. I mean, making a weapon out of one could prove useful, but I mean, if that's what they really want.
Okay. She would explain then that in order to house the soul, I would require the full body, not just a piece.
Oh.
Our creatures, I see that will be difficult.
I mean, it's just like
Laura kind of gets this. What's the word? Kind of. She's in thought, but it's like a devious thought. She gets this look on her face.
Shadow would go wide-eyed.
Like all the possibilities.
You said that one of the blade pieces was in a Tarask, yes?
Yes, that's what I have been.
Lily, you'll have a smile stretch across your face too.
Yeah.
Shadow smiles. He knew exactly where this was going.
You see this little look of like, ah.
You know what's even better? We can reuse it once it starts regenerating.
Yeah.
What would happen if I had a bow of a Tarask? Oh god.
No.
Who couldn't I kill with that?
Now, granted,
No, the real winner is the shield of the Tarask.
Yeah.
Eat people with the shield.
You're
Complete
only
vulnerability to all damage.
Yeah, that's essentially what a Tarask is. Let's be
No,
honest.
the only thing that can be used a clay golem.
There you go.
Well, I would imagine that like a Tarask bow would have, like, you could just project an arrow so fucking hard that it could pierce anything. Like,
What is resistance or immunity?
It's like the great
fear
bows,
aura
like the great
constantly.
bows from Dark Souls. You know, the friggin' knights in Anor Londo. They have the gigantic bows. Those guys, yeah.
Like a monster hunter bow.
Or that, yeah.
That's essentially what the weapons from the north somewhat look like, or like
Yeah,
monster hunter
they're
weapons.
pretty huge.
In terms of the dragon, we have, I should specify, I have a smith already on that job, one that is renowned for other reasons. I suspect that he will be able to pull through.
Wonderful.
You're referring to the Platinum Katana shards, correct?
Correct.
That will be an interesting weapon for sure, Fal.
It will be, at the very minimum, a unique insult to my opponent.
Speaking of him, when we were at the town, after we had left Auditore, the first town we stopped at, I was able to contact Gilligan. He confirmed the Platinum Katana still lives.
I'm well aware of that.
So you'll have your chance at vengeance.
We should not keep our host waiting any longer.
Right.
lead us to where they reside.
Very well. And off we go.
Yeah.
Well, I
Follow the
suppose
Elizabeth Road.
me and the little one are off to go, see the town then.
Right.
But with a smile and a nod, Shadow would say goodbye to Lily.
She would
You around.
give you a big old smile back and then kind of nod her head respectfully.
In the beginning.
I'm just.
What the fuck?
Why is this back again? Come on.
I don't know why this is back. Why did you bring it back?
Oh, Luna fucked up the word. What did you just fucked up a word? I forgot what it was, but it just reminded me of that. I was just like in the beginning.
Oh God.
Sorry,
Right.
I can't.
Oh, wow.
We will return to Shadow and Neoma's shenanigans as they unfold later. As roughly 20, maybe 30 minutes pass as you three, Fell Wolf, Aloria, and Lily, find yourself at the end of the bridge towards the Paladins of the White King. You'll see that the gate is open, Aloria, as it once was.
I will just simply continue walking forward. All the way across the long ass bridge.
All right. A quick refresher or a quick recap for Luna and Lily. Do you know that the Paladins of the White King were renamed that after Whitewater, after the Battle of Whitewater? They renamed themselves that after King Whitewater. Even though he himself wore blue armor, he's just referred to as the White King because Whitewater. They were crucial in the rebuilding of the city of Whitewater. They are not, honestly, not a military that goes out and work for kingdoms or whatnot. They are essentially a relief force or hunt down curses, monsters, things like demons and other planar creatures. So essentially, Van Helsing in full plate.
Okay.
They don't actively go out and hunt down every single thing. There has to be proof, somewhat like how in today there are exorcisms performed by the Catholic Church. As long as there is enough proof that involvement is necessary. I don't know if it's still an actual practice anymore, but it used to be. Essentially like that. If somebody brought to them the finger of a vampire or the foot or the tooth of a werewolf or some shit like that, they go out and they hunt the creatures down and slay them and whatnot. They're warriors of religious power. They don't actively go out and seek glory, nor do they take payment. They are actually gifted this land by Whitewater for thanks that they had to pay for it before. Now they don't have to. So it's like a small fortress within a city.
Okay.
They're not bad guys. They're just uncomfortable to constantly sit around and talk to. Not because they push religion on anybody, but more along the lines of they think that their actions are correct. No reason behind having to give why they do something. They really don't feel like they have to justify themselves. That's the one thing that's off-putting about them.
Okay.
Other than that, they've not been caught doing anything wrong, so you can't really say it's a bunch of fucking two-faced people.
Oh, you on your shit?
Yeah. But to you, it's just more like great. These guys.
Gotta go talk to those guys again.
Yeah.
These fuckers.
It's pleasant to talk to them for like roughly 30 minutes, but after that, it's just like, okay, please shut up. I want to get out of here.
They constantly go on about like how righteous their actions and cause are, how they can do no wrong. You're just like, okay, guy.
Either that, or they tell you you're doing things wrong, or that you shouldn't be doing that, or try to dissuade you from actions. You don't need you don't need new parents. You're trying to find your.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
As you guys arrive at the gates and pass through, you will notice the gates begin to shut somewhat as a guard will throw their hand up as the gates don't shut. It's my appointment, as you'll see. The individual which you spoke to previously, Aloria, standing out in the courtyard, almost waiting on you. Let me make sure I pull it up so I... There we go. You had his name before was... There it is. Damn it. Was Archivist Travis Abraham.
Abraham.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Archivist is his title.
Well, yeah, fair.
Travis Abraham is his name. Not that hard.
The third.
The third.
Not into that. Most religious orders remove royalty from the individuals that join them, even though it still matters regardless. But he's standing there again, no weapons on him, just a different book in his hand. Been waiting for you.
See you again, Archivist. My apologies, I couldn't gather everyone. I gathered one of my troop and a newcomer here. She'll be sitting in during my explanation.
The daughter of Talazul, Lady Lily.
Indeed.
It's good to meet you for the first time.
You as well. What was your name?
I am Archivist Travis Abraham. You can refer to me as Abraham or Archivist.
Oh, thank you.
Shall we?
Yes. Once more to the tower. There will be an awkward silence for a little while as he leads you to a tower-like structure. But you first pass through the somewhat ramparts, as a lot of this place gives you that sense of a military encampment, as a large courtyard has dozens of fully plated knights having combat drills with each other, some of them wrestling and throwing the others to the ground, while one stands over and watches them and occasionally yells out different commands as they change stances and fight. A building you pass by, large kind of classic European rectangular churches, as they are straight in the front, come up to a tapered point. As you pass by the doors, all of you have this feeling of oppression placed upon you. You'll even notice that it affects Abraham as well, as some of you stagger. He turns after a certain point, seemingly no longer under this effect. This way, quickly. Don't linger in front of that door too much.
All right.
Has Lily ever been here before?
No, you have not been inside. You've heard of the place. You've had no reason to go in.
Yeah. Okay.
You ask them the questions at the door because these people are weird. It's mostly that cultural difference. Foulwolf feels it a little bit too. He knows that monks train their bodies and hone themselves as physical and mental weapon, as spiritualists along with shamans and whatnot. But this feels more like walking into something akin, at least for Fel, like the Emperor's Palace. Guards and soldiers everywhere, even training on site. This feels less of a holy area and more of like a small military force.
Okay.
So that's like that weird feeling you get. But for you, it makes somewhat sense. They train to fight demons and shit. So, eventually you'll come across, you finally approach this tower. As the doors open up, there are the bookcases that line the walls from floor all the way up. As there are wired, there's a wire round, like spiral staircase that leads up the center of the tower itself, with platforms around the edges. There are very few tables, lanterns, and chairs in the tower, though it is well lit with floating orb lights. Please take a seat. I hope you like tea.
Yes.
So he'll pour out a couple of cups. It is the equivalent of like breakfast tea. It's heavy and heavily caffeinated. It's about as close to coffee for tea as you can get. Well, I guess we can go over this. Eloria explained to me in our previous discussions and communications that you've come across the place known as the Black King Citadel.
That is correct.
And she also informed me of the sights that you saw, along with other dangers and information you came across with it. Though I'm not aware of how you got from there to here, truthfully. I would like to give you a bit of fair warning, like I gave. He kind of gently gestures towards Eloria, as I gave Eloria. There are many people in search of that place. Not all for research or for understanding its phenomenon, or even just to sightsee. There are probably many forces out there, even demons themselves, wanting to figure out the powers that brought many a being. As the hills somewhat look towards you, fell to this plane.
I would expect nothing less.
I suggest the information and your knowledge of its exact whereabouts be kept very confidential. If not, your involvement of it in some way removed from yourselves. There are many arcane ways of removing that knowledge, though I am not going to force it upon you. I am a seeker of knowledge, as you can see, but that kind of knowledge is dangerous.
I would rather keep the knowledge I have, so fair warning. Attempt anything, and you're
I am not a
liable
mage.
to not keep your hair.
I am not a mage. I cannot perform such arcane feats.
So what is it you wanted of me?
I wanted to give fair warning to your group. In the West, especially you, since I was informed you bore upon yourself an armament vestige, rather, of Black King.
Yes, until I was summoned to his presence.
He'll lean, without real noticing himself, like lean forward towards you as you say that, just kind of with like wide-eyed. Summoned?
Yes, upon fulfilling the oath to the fallen warrior, as is my custom, a certain event happened to where I was summoned to this celestial-looking place. Marbled halls, long, clean, elegant. The throne sat empty, however, a voice boomed from it. In this mysterious place, this voice, the owner of the armor, thrust upon me a deal that they would allow me to use the full extent of the armor should I serve them. I am not a toy, so I declined. He took the armor from me, and I was sent back.
It's probably a very wise choice. I will tell you, I personally have encountered 3 individuals bearing upon themselves what is known as star metal. Many of us here have referred to it as the Black Curse. To gain the power of whatever artifact the individual had found, they were bound to slay a single other in vengeance. Be it, as he gestures towards you, Felwolf, honor and a fallen comrade, be it doing wrong to one person, be it even under the law, whatever territory they may be in, it all involved the death of an individual. No one has ever reported that they've been summoned and refused. Many accepted, though. Then they slew the individual they felt power rushed through them moments later. Could be that in agreeing to the contract you forget that you accepted. I've never heard of an individual ever losing it immediately afterwards. Those items, when brought here, along with the wielder, when removed by all the powers we have at our disposal, allowed the wielder to live and removed its control, I guess as many here would say, upon them. The weapon lost its color, the film, the other objects lost the black luster it had and returned to something mundane.
That would be correct.
So the same happened to you?
Yes.
Then what I suspect, what we had suspected is true. They're not fixed items. They're not forged from things. They're bestowed upon lost objects or unseen things. I don't know what may happen to you. The individuals in which we separated from the objects lost themselves. They lived, but were void of person, They talked, they moved, but the soul that was there seemed wiped clean. As if having come in contact with something powerful enough to remove memory.
Well, as you can see, he is of his own mind.
Which is true.
I have suspicion that it is because I denied the deal.
That is the same in which I have. It could be one of two things. Those that agree learn more than that they should know if ever to lose his direct control. Or that the entity respects those that deny him.
I will say that he and I had a conversation. Not a long one, but enough to where when I denied, I kept things pleasant. And he in turn did the same. There was no hostility from either of us.
Black King is rumored to have been set mad. You had no sense of one that had lost their faculties.
This individual is not that. This individual acted as if it was a person on a mission.
As if he had a goal in mind for asking your aid.
Yes, that would be my assumption. It was not the ramblings of a madman. This was a rambling, a conversation between two individuals, both wanting something.
Hold a moment. These individuals that you pried the star metal pieces from, exactly what were their mannerisms? You said they lost themselves, but how exactly? Did they still have full function of speech, but they spouted nonsense? Did the way they move become erratic?
The life that they had lived was gone. They had knowledge that if they themselves, before removing, were not able to read, still couldn't read, but could speak. Some spellcasters still knew how to cast spells, but they knew not their names, not where they hailed from, or even what mattered to them.
They could be talking about one thing and then, at a moment's notice, completely flip into something else.
Was there a common link between each of them? For example, the individuals that were, for lack of better use, corrupted. Was it certain memories that were targeted? Memories of family, memories of
everything
magic?
was wiped. We dove using arcane methods, memory threads, attempting to funnel anything from the mind, even high clerical magics of restoring oneself. Nothing. As if a god, reached in and erased the soul's memory.
But that is not entirely true. Not everything is erased if they still remain with the ability to speak, the ability to cast magic.
So then
these things still are retained.
You're suggesting that the removing of all of the personality was more of the target than...
That would be my assumption. That is the common thread between each of these corruption cases. It is a selection of memories that is erased. The very personality of the being.
So what you may be suggesting to me is that the similar factor between them was not just their actions, but who they were on the inside.
What was it that drew the Black King to them? Why would the Black King offer the deal to that specific person? How did that person get to that specific scenario? to have that deal with the Black King. It would have been because of who they were and what they had accomplished. That type of personality is what draws the Black King.
And that's what he steals?
Why did he approach me? I was a warrior that was respected by his own warrior. A similar personality,
So
if you will.
You're suggesting the common factor is the individual may have held a place of respect or power.
Something akin to that. There would be a reason. As I said, this was not a madman. This man is after something unique. If these individuals are of skilled nature, whether it be magic, might, knowledge, etc., there's reasons why he's seeking these people out. These are people he believes he can twist to his notion. People that can be manipulated yet remain skilled enough to thwart any who would seek otherwise. For example, the reason why you and yours are not able to hunt down creatures like this, or him himself, why he remains shadowed in mires of deceit, lies, and mystery, is because he has this network of, if you will, of individuals that have potentially taken this deal, skilled in the ways needed for him to do whatever it is he does. This is not a madman. This is a tactician you are dealing with.
But hold a moment. If he is manipulating these individuals into taking this power, why make them forget it when they do?
Evidence. That'd be my best bet. What's a better thing to worry about? Somebody with loose lips or somebody who can't remember what they were doing?
So he turns them into sleeper agents.
Not necessarily sleeper agents, just removes them from the playing field. If they choose or if they're captured, they're no longer useful to him. He's not going to sit here and send somebody of his own to get recaptured as well. No. His goal is to erase what they know so that their enemies cannot gain foresight on his plans. More than likely.
Even if it is the erasing of evidence, if these are his pawns, his pieces, then they need to have instructions. They need to know what their goal would be.
But they were erased with that personality. Once again, it is the evidence that he is after, the keeping of a secret. That way he can continue to strike from shadow, whatever his goal is.
So you believe he erases the memories, but keeps the intent there in their mind. They know what they have to do in order to keep the power of this piece.
Nope. They know nothing, just as our friend here has stated.
He doesn't
They
commit them
retain
to
their
death.
memories of...
He leaves enough to let them survive. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
He doesn't punish them. He just removes the things that made them the reason why he needed them.
Exactly.
If you may permit me, may I ask you about your then personal history?
I am a warrior trained from birth in ways of leadership, tactics, warfare, and the ways of the samurai.
Samurai. East, I remember.
Yes. My father was the leader of the Wolf Clan until recently. I have now adopted that title. Why I am seeking vengeance upon one individual.
I do recall a story of mostly a rumor about when the Black King supposedly was a entity amongst people. Do your people in the East have similar stories?
What story are you seeking?
And anything related towards the Black King, why individuals... Let's go as general at this point. Why would anybody from the East be a target for the Black King?
I don't believe region is a care.
Okay.
Obviously, he must cherry pick individuals from anywhere. Everyone has a lust, a want, whether it's power, knowledge, something that he could offer them. Just because it was armor that I picked up doesn't mean anything. It could be something else that they may be offering.
All right. Then what was it at that time in which he offered you the said deal? What is it that you wanted the most?
At that point in time, I was on the news of my father's death. Though at that point it was a false death. I was lied to. The only want I had was to get back to my family and figured out what happened to my... Very little was said. However, I was raised to believe in one's own strength rather than the strength of another. If I am using his power, it is not my own skill that wins my fights. It is the skill of my benefactor.
Then it was that vigor that separated you from everyone else. The cases here, the individuals are known. Research is done to find out who they were. In order for us to capture them, we couldn't just walk upon someone and know nothing and just be able to bring them here. We had to know who we were looking for. Many of them hailed from disowned noble houses, adventurers who had suddenly grown lucky. People that had power of sorts already, but just not enough. I would suspect that at that time, you were fighting a foe in which you were not strong enough to face. Would I be correct?
That would be correct.
So a prime opportunity to show you that there's more power quicker would be no better one than that.
I would have not picked a more prime timing either. If not for that armor, I would be dead right now.
So he proved his strength to you already, and then gave you the request.
Yes. However, no one is perfect. He misread my personality. He assumed that I would take this deal. All he did was prove to me that I am not yet good enough.
Interesting. He'll open up the book that he's had and pull the quill out of the inkwell that's on the table next to him and write in it real quickly, and then set both over to the side.
I don't mean to diverge off of this train of thought too much, but something has been bugging me since you talked about how the individuals who bore the Star Medal lost themselves. I grew up in Okrasuk, and I had heard the rumors about the Mad King, and I can't help but think that it sounds terribly similar.
By losing themselves, I don't mean becoming madmen. I don't mean by becoming erratic. I mean by the absolute statement of having lost themselves.
Yes, I would agree. From what I've been told about your Mad King, I will not rule out any possibility because who we're dealing with, anything is truly possible. However, there is no direct evidence based on what we've currently acquired that there is a connection.
We as the paladins of the White King are unable, truthfully, to act within Okrasuk or Arisia. Aelia. Those two kingdoms are beyond our reach.
I'll look over at our +1.
I do believe our +1 is in the bathroom.
Oh, is she currently in the bathroom? Okay.
Yeah.
I will continue then before I do that.
I'm backside.
Oh, there we go.
I literally saw that pop
Good
up
timing.
too. That last few feet of sprinting.
Well, I'll restate that for script purposes here. I will look over to our +1 and say, so now you know the dark secrets. What say you on these things? You are one who is a well-traveled adventurer as well. Surely you have amassed at least some modicum knowledge.
Does she have anything that she could akin to what they're dealing with?
In Star Metal, from what he's described and what you've seen since being a form of blacksmith, that's not something your people deal with. Matter of fact, your crafts are so different and unique. The dwarves turned your practice into an alternative art form. Your people wear creatures for armor, use them as weapons. Your people were never miners. You never dug up metals or anything like that. So with saying star armor, that's beyond what your people would ever use. Though you have heard stories about the Black King before. When you were a child, humorously, whenever your father's adventuring party you would see your father's adventuring party, he would always mistake one of his friends for the so-called boogeyman, the Black King, which was King Bakovic, mostly because he wore dark black armor, and because that was the key thing to the Black King, was that he appeared as this negative feature of what a good knight would be. So always described as wearing black armor or an onyx crown. Bakovic's armor was very close to that, and when you were a kid, you always thought he was it, and you would always
Just secretly knew.
yeah, secretly I knew. But as you grew up, you found out the West truly fears this individual akin to like a boogeyman. No one's ever been able to find him. His hideout somewhere far in the desert that no one can ever lay their eyes on, but many have seen it but can't remember where. Or when they return to where they saw it, it's not there. So to you from the north, it's just a boogeyman story. It's no different from how you would view their gods, as they're not real. It's just a way of telling a story. But hearing this and seeing somebody like a samurai to the east, that you are aware of their ways to some degree. They're spiritualists. They're more kin to you, how your people behave. And the fact that he says he's seen it, he's spoken to this individual, there's a reality behind this person. You don't doubt the existence of gods, you just doubt that their ability to tangibly affect this reality.
Yeah.
But hearing what he's had to hearing what's been said here, it brings realism to that story of a boogeyman. Though it seems, as Felwolf put it, it's not a crazy individual or a mad king or something like that. It's somebody who's thoughtful, who's specifically a planning type of person. That's a real person. So to you to look at it, there's probably some guy out there doing this, or there's a powerful entity that akin to like a spirit or a fae or something from the other planes of existence, probably powerful enough to drive people into a specific goal. You're not foreign with this concept. You've fought demons in the past that have manipulated people, but this seems to be one that's been going on for centuries. So whoever this is, it's probably powerful, but it's not your priority.
Yeah. But it does redefine my initial opinions of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, your thoughts?
She'll probably kind of convey that sentiment like, I always just thought he was a boogeyman, but hearing what you've had to say, seems I was wrong in that opinion.
I guess for us three sitting here, our best goal at this point, working with a tactician like this, key to victory is information. This is the one thing he seems to be suppressing. Should we deny him of that best as possible, it would enhance chances, some form of success, whether it be the saving of a person or figuring out potentially what this individual's after, or even if they truly do exist or it's just some other entity. Information is key. Those of us who sit here right now are probably the most knowledgeable about it at this point in time. Treasure hoard keepers here, which deny him of servants further, and the keepers of relics. And then he'll hand out to Lily. He's like, you, warriors from the north, masters of old ways. We have the ability to have eyes in different areas, people aware of the situation to keep out eye those type of small details that others might overlook as mundane transgressions or things that just happen to be a trick of the eye. Potentially these are not just. Communicate with each other, and we could potentially figure out more.
Rival his network with one of our own.
Exactly. There's no better way to do that than utilizing our connections here in Whitewater. Your adventuring group and mine, working in tandem. Paladins here could potentially thwart his endeavor.
That is where the counter to that problem becomes. The reason for star metal being viewed as a valuable commodity is by our doing. To have people forcefully place these objects in hoards or display cases deep in kingdom treasuries, never to be used as weapons but more as prizes to oneself. It keeps them out of the way of individuals in which we suspect could cause true danger.
A thought has occurred to me.
The problem becomes if we actively seek out making more aware of these small connections. Others with the purpose of contacting him may seek them out as well, and could begin to backfire upon us, giving him stronger allies than what he's previously had available to him.
An act of desperation, however, would open up a weakness. Should he enact a more aggressive policy, he loses some of the secrecy in trade.
Aye, but there's one thing in which I believe two, if not all three of you, do not understand about gods. Gods perform miracles for the diligent worshippers. They cause the clerics, the individuals of cloth, to perform healing miracles, bringing others from the dead, unfortunate circumstances back to life, allowing those that dedicate themselves to them powers. So many of you are probably aware from your adventuring. As you'll look at Lily, there is another form of individuals granted power, other than paladins and clerics. Though this form is as equal or just more or less minute as paladins, pact bearers are not anything to be scoffed at. But what can become worse is that if there are more people not seeking power, but seeking recognition from this entity, that it becomes the problem. The reason for gods giving to their children is because they desire more to their flock. It is the power which a god holds thanks to the fervor of those that follow them. Though many of us here within the White King Citadel worship a plethora of the gods, the one we all minutely give homage to is the god of order. Make sure I pull up their name. Yeah. So many names here. Give me a second.
Hey, Spaz.
Well.
You see it?
Yeah, I see it. I'm not going to acknowledge it, but I see it.
Is that so?
It will probably be
Man, the more I learn about this shit, the more I realize how fucked we are.
Bruh.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Let's see. If Vel's been rolled on this, man, he's just sitting here going back and forth, figuring out little
right.
tidbits, connected puzzle pieces.
the god of order, Bahamut. He is the one of law, closest to one of something that we all do here. Though visually and in physical practice, it does seem that we worship Faldir here, the god of war. It's less of soldiers, more of warriors to bring the rules, the plains upon those that dare wish to cross it wrongly.
Crusaders.
Innocence. Each individual holds a specific god closer than the ones in which they all worship. I myself personally worship Novana, the goddess of magic. I am not a practitioner of magic. I study it, learn of curses and how to best destroy them. I suggest that if you are to come across these things, if you have a member amongst you that can inform us of your location and where it is, we can come and collect it before others.
What I can do, we can give you the location of where we found one of those items. Potentially you may find more, though I will say the area is not only dangerous, but it will need an excavation.
It seems as if reaching out to some druids would be in order. I am aware that your companion here, Luria, informed me that you had found it in the Badlands of sorts.
That is correct. Ancient ruins, long hidden under sand.
For us to get there, there's only two options. Through the tribes, or through Oasis. Oasis is not kind to individuals such as us. Mostly because we represent order and whatnot. Gods do not look kindly on the trotting upon of life. We have very little power in Oasis, and it's unlikely we will be granted the ability to even talk.
Believe us, it's not just the gods who look down upon it.
You may approach from the north, as I control that territory personally.
From the north? You mean through Bastion, which would take us through the tribes?
Yes.
You control the tribes?
I am leader of the Wolf Clan. Wolf Clan is what guards the southern pass of the Jade jurisdiction. That territory is mine.
So you suggest sailing through Lady's Lake to your territory and heading south from there?
Would you rather sail a boat, or would you rather outrace worms?
I see the benefit of that. The best I can do is make an expedition team, though any more than that, we do not offer protection or aid or trade. Mostly we make no money. Our men work entirely on donations of those they aid, or kingdoms in which we go to the aid of.
If I may make a recommendation. Obviously, this travel I am advising is at the current moment inoperable, as my people are currently occupied. However, when I end the current predicament, I will offer some of my best warriors to guard your people as a sign of friendship.
I'll pass it by the Grandmaster. I will inform him of what you wish to provide for us, and I will have I am going to assume, if being a leader of a clan of the East permits you to be somewhat of a noble here, you've met Lady Whitewater.
Yes.
So you know of Sebastian?
Yes.
I'll have a letter sent to Sebastian so that he may inform you of the decision made. He has an ability to communicate with individuals, no matter where they are.
I understand.
That way, if the letter is to be sent, it doesn't reach you far beyond the intended time.
Within the next 72 hours, a judgment will be passed. At that point in time, news will probably spread like wildfire. I will state, merely as a statement, not an obligation, as I know it is probably unlikely, that should you and yours hear of this information, if you choose to assist, you will have my gratitude.
If the issue is humanitarian, aid will be given. If the issue is combat between the will of men and women, then it will not.
I will not have your people fight my war. However, what I will state is, if you are aware, the East is not a magically inclined place.
We do not have
our
healers.
Our healing is through salve, more natural.
I will make that significantly aware to our Grandmaster.
Thank you. I suppose we've taken enough of your time.
And I of yours. I downed via the exhaustion upon your friend's face last evening. You've had much time here in Whitewater. And
Only
with
one
you-
night thus far.
With the short expose you have given me, I recommend you, with a lack of a better phrase, live a little within the city of Whitewater. At least for the days you remain here.
I intend to. There is one stop I'll be making along my way back.
I shan't hold you up longer. Just remember on your way out, don't linger in front of the door.
A good day to you.
A good day to you both. Well, all three of you.
Beowulf will let the ladies walk first.
Gloria is not going to stand up from the chair. Instead, she's been this entire time in kind of a deep thought. She'll just look back up towards the archivist and simply say, "Tell me, does the name Gil mean anything to you?"
Oh, you lucky bastard. And that's where we'll end to this week's episode.
Oh, thank you.
Well, there you go.
As he'll look up at you with almost a strained face and go, "Where have you heard that name?" And that's where we'll end this episode.
Yeah!
I fucking had a feeling. I was like, "Oh fuck, it, I'm gonna do it." This is the one thing. This is the thing that like I've been thinking about. I'm like, if this motherfucker is connected to this, then he might know, and he fucking did. Oh my god!
And so
I probably just woke up my brother.
God, what episode is that? Episode 32.
32.
The Royal Court. As many of the members showed up today, as the group found out and had met now with a lot of noble and influential, or scions, to be influential individuals. Today, they've made a few friends, and probably a good one for either life or a lot longer.
Oh, hell yeah.
As I'd like to thank our guests that showed up today, Luna, Zeph, and Lockham, although Lockham has already departed us during the break. they won't be able to be here for the extremely long ones due to the time differential. But the other two, thank you so very much for being here.
It's fun.
I hope you show up next week. I mean, you'll be needed for a few more sessions. If they keep fucking talking, you might be here a while.
Yeah, we're gonna be here.
Well, there's a lot of knots that we're trying to unravel right now. So.
Yes. Honestly, this is the place we're going to be doing the most talking because this is the place where we have the most people not likely to kill us for the things that we know that we've done.
I need to get some combat. I need to go level. I'm tired of being stuck in this turmoil.
Speaking of level, I was going to mention it when you guys left auditory, but you guys can have one.
Yeah.
You guys will have another level. That makes you guys what, level 6? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the big 6.
Trey finally do cool things.
Yeah.
You're telling me that I can have my ranger subclass now? Cool.
Now all we need
finally get a
is
subclass.
I know. I want to sit here and say, as soon as I showed Luna the inspiration, the art and whatnot of the character that she played, she was just like, yes.
Yes, 100% that one.
I love that art.
And
the inspiration for it looks so good.
It is awesome.
I still have emotions from my previous experience with this character, so
I hope that, I hope that she's actually given the individual a much better personality than I could have ever done. I really do think she did very well today.
Luna, I like my legs.
One thing about
no, he doesn't. Don't listen to him.
Well, I mean, if anything, she's on your side right now because you guys just gave her, 13 years of looking for something. Yeah. So it's less likely to break your legs.
That belongs to your family.
Yeah. Zeph gets to continue to be the individual no one really wants to talk to because he's an asshole.
Welcome to the court of jesters.
As much as I wish I could.
That was a great line.
You're gonna put some. You're gonna be getting some crucial information that Arch is gonna stick in his head, and no one's gonna get it because no one wants to talk to him.
Exactly.
What makes you think I haven't done that already?
Yeah.
But
hey, Phil, do you want to kidnap him and interrogate him?
I don't think interrogation would be on Fel's mind.
No. Interrogation can be through intimidation.
Yeah, there you go.
That's done first.
I would like to, at this point, invite I would say 3, but the third one's not here. You two back next week. It is very apparent that it shows that you two will probably be needed, though Prince Altier probably not that much. So you could be here or not. You'll probably just get stared at if you do appear. Though for the off chance that they get to the point in which the meeting occurs, you will definitely need to be here.
Yeah, I'll be available no matter what. So,
for the rest of you, you can find each other any other time except for here over on our Discord. It is in the About section here, along with our Twitter. You can find some updates there. I definitely don't really get on Twitter a lot. I'm sorry. I should probably do that more. And inform you guys. We apologize for this last week. Nobody was really in the mood to do anything, so it just ended up becoming an off week or a really scattered brain week.
Drunk stream Friday.
I definitely have some shit to talk about for this Wool Gathering. Let's move.
So I suspect then there's going to be one this coming Wednesday. And then we'll probably be again the week after, or be a break for 2. There more than likely be Melancholy Melody on Monday, scary games and whatnot. I do believe the one that's back on
Monday, actually?
Monday. You're moving it to Monday. I said Sunday.
What?
Did I say Monday?
You're moving me to Monday. Yeah, you said Monday twice. You're moving me to Monday now?
No, Sunday. Sunday.
Arch, come on,
Sunday.
man.
I DM'd, did multiple voices, and had to change my personality for a while here. All right, leave me alone.
Cool.
I had to be nice to you guys.
I know that hurts.
So hard.
It does
bad.
hurt.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
The Melancholy Melody on Sunday. Then the Wool Gathering, hopefully on Wednesday. And if things pan out, Dungeon Defenders on Thursday for Thaumaturgy Thursday. If not...
No, there's currently work schedule changes that we'll talk about later. So,
fortunately, Celia sent me a game, and we can play that on Thursday. So Celia, we get to play whatever the hell that is.
A Gremlin laugh. What game is it?
I don't know what
is it?
It's Trine.
Trine? I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna install it and not look at it until Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. So Celia, you better know what the hell we're doing, because I won't. Along with that, I would like to give a heavy future forewarning. There is going to be a weekend in October in which you will not have we will not have a session.
Or a wool gathering, probably.
No, we will probably have a wool gathering. Unless it falls on that counter week where we would have probably wanted the episode before. But there will be a missing weekend in October, and I would suggest either checking out our Twitter or coming over to the Discord and getting to know everybody to learn kind of what happens as we get closer. Immediately after, we'll give our excuse, but you'll be reminded as we get closer. And a specific weekend will be set.
I would also probably say we should probably thank Chachi and Joker for raiding us today. Thank both of you guys so much. Joker's probably dead, but Chachi's still there. So thank you guys for the raid. Yeah. And to those of you also who gifted subs, Joker and Old Man Silver, we really appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. I forgot about that. I am dead brain.
I know.
God, I just had something else I was gonna say.
I do have something before we raid, but that can wait until the end.
We did have a request to raid a specific individual. Is that what you're gonna say?
Down to Die D&D, Dontage did a direct raid. That's what I was
if they
gonna
are
say.
still up, we will go there. If
They are.
Okay, great. With that all said and done, I will give Spaz the one thing he wants to hear. For the next step, the name of the next episode, actually. Are you ready, Spaz? I'll give you this one. I think you deserve this. Unless somebody here can convince me otherwise.
Oh, everybody shut up.
Maybe he has to. No, Spaz, why don't you agree to the Dummy Mommy title and then you get it?
Yes. No, the suspense will be such good torture for the next week.
Both shut your fucking mouth.
I don't know if I can handle him messaging me every day, screaming at me. Because I'm pretty sure at this point he will. Because I got to give him something, because he's gotten nothing up to this point for a good while. So I got to give him something, or else he gets mad at me.
Yeah.
Bye, Lucy.
Bye.
Sure. The episode of next, the title of the next episode, episode 33, is Gilgamesh. That's where we're gonna end it, and everybody else, please have a wonderful night. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the gifted subs. It is that, and then I think I got it right? There we go. Down to Die D&D. I'm assuming they're doing D&D, so go ahead and head over there. Try not to interrupt them too much. Give them some love. Pay attention. I have no idea what they're doing, truthfully, at this point. But I'll probably sit in there and listen in. Thanks, everybody, for being here this long. It's been almost 7 hours of us sitting here. All right. That's a long time. Get up, stretch. Again, we thank you every Saturday being here with us. We hope to see you next Saturday, if nothing else. Have a wonderful week, rest of your weekend, and stay epic. Bye, everybody.
Peace, kids.
Bye.
Deuces.
Later.